we can float the message that we have started. Okay, or say maybe 10 minutes. Yes, so we are live on YouTube now. Yes, we can start. So, hello everyone, welcome to the day 2 of the EnthusiasTech Summit. I am Samyak Jain and I'm very happy to welcome you all. Yesterday was a blast, I guess, with such wonderful sessions. Today, it is going to be focused more on interviews, how exactly, what are the nuances of technical interviews, looking at starting from the session on data structures and algorithm, preparing it for the placement, keeping placement in mind. Going to the technical interviews, the do's and don'ts of technical interviews, then to how to sell yourself in an HR interview. Then we have an interesting panel of senior HR leaders who will be joining us, will be telling about what freshers should keep in mind and why they are not being hired the way they present themselves. So those nuances, and after that we're going to cover the keynote session. Feel free to mention on the comments if we are audible, if we are visible. Please do let us know so that we can start today's session. We'll be starting in another 2 minutes. We are just waiting for everyone to join. And please feel free to enter your questions in the comments. We'll be taking it up to the speakers in each of the sessions. Yes. So meanwhile, other people are joining. Hi Harsh, I'm really glad to welcome you to the first session of day 2. Thank you for keeping your time on a busy and lazy Sunday for all of us.
Yeah, Samyak. Hi. Hi everyone, glad to be here.
So for everyone's reference, Harsh Sharma is the co-founder and CTO of Acciojob, and they've been doing really good work at Acciojob. We have also partnered with them, getting to hear some really successful stories within like 3-4 months of association of getting placements in the top companies, and no one better than Harsh can actually be there to teach us about or train us about the nuances of data structures and algorithm, which becomes an important part for the programming from the placement point of view. Harsh is an IIT Delhi alum, and he has been training people on data structures, algorithm, and MERN stack. I think it is going to be really valuable. Thank you, Harsh, again from the behalf of all of us at MyWays and all of us who have joined this session today. Yes, Harsh, over to you. We can start maybe a bit about what exactly is your work at Acciojob, what exactly Acciojob is doing, and then we'll move slowly into the technical details of data structures and algorithms.
Okay, yeah, great. So talking about myself, I graduated from IIT Delhi in 2017. I did my bachelor's in electrical engineering. Post that, I worked at a MNC sort of a company where I was responsible for building analytics models, so models on basically ML and deep learning as well, for clients that were based in US. So insurance companies like Geico, companies like Liberty Insurance, really big behemoths in the US. So that was my first job straight out of college. After doing that for about 10 months, I decided to start up on my own. And so since around 2018, we have been looking at the different problems that the students actually face in landing a job, and how we as people who have got the technical skills can actually help out people and help them crack whatever jobs they're willing to do. So in order to start this, I would like to share a small deck which will help us basically try and cover every topic. So just give me a second, I'll share this. Guys, are you able to see the screen? Is there any way I can find that out somewhere?
Yes, the screen is visible, Harsh.
Okay. All right. Great. So yeah, so when we started up, we tried to look at all the different problems that the students can face while getting placements, and then we decided to zero in on where we think we can deliver the most value, right? So the idea evolved in the during the entire time from 2018, and right now what we're doing is we are a 6 month full stack training boot camp which gets students placed in top product based companies in India. Okay. So we only target companies that are looking for people who will join in on salaries greater than 5 LPA. And we only focus on roles that really require people to be smart, and hence they're getting paid well doing those jobs. So we started this particular boot camp somewhere around September, and we have seen tremendous opportunity in this particular space. So our first, within our first batch itself, that was 40 odd students, we have been able to place students in big MNCs like Amazon and Visa, as well as young startups that are growing in the country. So companies like Bharat Pay and companies like Park Plus, which are raising huge amounts of money from investors and hiring in large numbers. So currently, our average batch CTC of the students that have gotten placed is somewhere around 8 LPA. So we really think that we deliver value to all of these students. Talking about the topic for today, which is data structures and algorithms. In order to first understand why data structures and algorithms are important, let's try to figure out why is it that tech is becoming such a big hirer of graduates in the today's world. Okay, talking specifically about India, the situation is actually pretty dismal. Currently, 1.5 million engineering graduates exit their colleges each year, and we see that only about a third of them are actually getting placed straight out of college. And even when you zero in on these numbers, you'll realize that most of the jobs are jobs which are jobs by mass recruiters. So companies like TCS, companies like Wipro, which pay somewhere around 3.5 LPA, and they are mostly service-based companies where you are supposed to work on a particular project for 3 to 6 months and then keep on switching between the projects. What we had in mind was we see that there is a need of a lot of software developers which are going to add value not to these mass recruiters but to your global brands or global companies as well as fast growing startups in India. So your companies like Swiggy, companies like Paytm, as well as MNCs like Google, companies like Microsoft and Amazon. So these are the types of jobs that we have in mind for our courses as well. And these are the types of jobs that are growing in the country as well. Talking specifically about India, there's a famous phrase going around in the world that the software is eating the world, right? What we believe is that India is uniquely positioned to actually eat software in this space. That is because when you look at it from a global perspective, you do realize that there are some specific conditions that exist in India which only exist here and nowhere else. That is why it is predicted that by 2025, there will be 5 million more developers jobs than there are currently. And college's curriculum and their pedagogy is nowhere near enough as good enough as you want it to be to really capture those jobs. Okay. So that is why it is really important for a graduate to really develop his skills and look out for skills and develop those skills which are in demand for these sorts of jobs. So talking about DSA, or data structures and algorithms. Uh, so some of you might have already seen some jobs come to your college as well. And maybe you've talked to your seniors as well around where they got placed and what did they focus on. So one thing you'll realize is that data structures and algorithms are a fundamental building block of preparing for any sort of tech job which is going to pay you a decent salary. And by decent salary, I mean a salary that is above 5 LPA. So when you talk about data structures and algorithms, there are numerous topics, but I would encourage you to not be worried about the number of topics that are there. and really focus on each topic at a time. Okay, so major topics include your arrays and strings and stacks and everything. But if you look at the trend that is there in companies these days, companies are moving towards more of a skill based hiring than grilling you on DSA alone. Okay, so what that means is it is now possible for every student to focus in on 20% of the toughness of DSA and really be able to cater to 80% of the jobs that are there in the market. So I can promise you that if you're really good in arrays, strings, stacks, queues, linked lists, as well as heaps, okay, along with some basic recursion, and you can analyze the space and time complexity of whatever functions you design. So basically, you're confident in linear data structures, you're good with space and time complexity, and you're good with recursion. You will be able to capture at least 80% of the jobs that are out there. Okay. Uh, Talking more about this movement from solely data structured focused hiring to hiring based on skills, you do need to prepare yourselves on the new age skills or the things that the modern web is built from. So you'll have to at least come up with a couple of projects that are around web development in case you want a job in web development. In case you want to go for apps, you need to come up with a few basic apps on your own. So something like maybe a to-do app could be a good point to start, which you can build in Android as well or React Native as well, whatever your preference may be. So that totally depends on you. But what is important is you at least focus on the linear data structures part while you are learning those skills, because there is no job out there which is paying good money in tech and is not going to judge you on data structures and algorithms. And that is plainly the need for data structures and algorithms for you. Okay. So if you're clear on this and you're clear that the demand for tech is increasing and no company is going to hire you at a decent salary in case you don't have the at least the linear level data structure skills, then the next step you should think about is how you should start. Okay, so in the world we're all living in, everything is available on YouTube, on Google, right? So I would really encourage each and every one of you to go to YouTube and type IIT Delhi NPTEL Data Structures course. It is a great course taught by a great professor. There would be a lot of lectures there. I do understand that the level of discipline and the grit that is required to complete all of those sort of boring videos for more than a month is a huge amount. That is actually where we come in as well. So we actually provide you a complete framework in which you can access all of this information that is available throughout the internet freely, and you keep at it as well. So one example I can give is we assign mentors to students, right? And we also hold weekly calls with all students that we have. And in this weekly call, we chat about not the non-technical parts. So we talk about how your life is going, how things are going at your home, what sort of hours are you giving to work right now, what are the problems that are there, and we try and figure out how we can actually help you in all of those categories. In case you wish to do this alone, the material is available on the internet, but I would tell you that it will require a level of dedication and discipline which might be challenging to a lot of folks. So whenever people start preparing data structures and algorithms, they mostly get comfortable with the theory, right? Maybe not from top-notch professors, but there are a lot of YouTube videos as well which help you out and give you at least the basic theory. So that part is clear, right? The tough part with data structures and algorithms is practicing each day. You need to spend 3 to 4 hours daily at least on a minimum side in case you wish to crack these jobs over a long timeline. So something like 3 or 4 months would be required to fully master DSA in case you are doing 3 or 4 hours of effort each day. So in case you're willing to do that, there are obviously places like Geeks for Geeks, Lead Code, Code Forces, and Interview Bit as well, which where you can go and practice all of these questions. The language part is something that I think the student focus on randomly. You really don't need to worry too much about the language. If you are comfortable with writing for loops or if else statements in a particular language, just go with the language. Okay. And the language is one of these four or five which are pretty much standard in the industry. So the reason for picking these languages up is that your interviewer would probably have some familiarity with these, so he can probably give you a nudge or something in case you made a syntax error or did a sort of a mistake, right? So that is why it would be great if you could pick one of C or C++ or Python or Java or JavaScript as well for data structures. But apart from that, it is easy to pick up the language. You can, so once you're comfortable with the hello world, writing if else statements and writing for loops and while loops, that is it to start DSA. From then on, you can just start solving questions and slowly pick up the nuances of the language that are there. The way we do data structures and algorithms is we try to really focus on data structures for the first 2 months of the course. So we would ask students, we would give students questions to solve each day, which will be discussed the next day. And the students will have to spend 6 hours a day minimum, apart from the 2-hour theory lectures in the evening, in order to actually solve all the questions that we have given them. Okay. Post that, post the first 2 months, we sort of move to the web development side and the React JS sides of things. So but even during those stages, it is important that the student still gives at least a couple of hours each day practicing data structures questions. Because let me tell you, data structures are easy to forget in the sense that you'll know the basics. You'll know what a stack is, right? A stack is a simple stack, right? But uh, solving all the different sorts of questions that could be there associated with a stack would require you to keep yourselves up to date and solve at least 5 or 6 questions once every 10 days associated with stack in particular. So when you talk about all the topics combined, you do realize that it will be decent amount of work. So 2 hours a day of work that you will have to give in every day. Once you're comfortable with this sort of stuff, okay, so the stuff that we have seen is, first of all, you need to uh, zero in on a programming language. Zero in on a programming language is easy. Just pick up any of these. If you don't know anyone, if you know some language, just stick with that as well. Not an issue, right? Look at the theory. So theory, if you want to watch videos, you can go for YouTube with this particular keywords that I've mentioned. In case you want to watch some, read some articles or something, there are resources available on the internet, and most of them do a fine job of explaining the theory part. Don't focus too much on the theory part. Keep 1 hour to 1.5 hour of theory each day. Theory is not that important. Okay, it is easy. It is easy to understand what a queue is, or easy to understand even how you insert an element in a binary search tree or something like that, right? The tough part is to actually implement those things, and so try to skew your number of hours in a direction which will enable you to focus really hard on the practicing part, on the solving questions part. One more thing that the students ask a lot is, should they go for timed exams, or maybe like measure the amount of time they're going to require in solving a particular question. Now that makes sense. It is true that in an interview setting, you will be required to solve a particular question in a given time. But if you're just starting out, at least for the first 2 months, I would encourage you not do that. What I would encourage you to do is try and attach or try and just solve whatever problem you have in infinite time. So what I mean by that is, if it takes 3 hours, solve the particular question in 3 hours. If it takes 4 hours, solve it in 4 hours, right? Not an issue. It is only after the first 2 months and after you have seen all the different types of data structures and all the different types of problems that could be there, should you focus more on the speed side? Okay, so speed is an optimization, which if you've given any data structures interview, you know that first you try a brute force approach, right? And only then go for optimizations. It is a standard practice, right? So even in your preparation, try to have this sort of an attitude in your mind. Time is an optimization. First, it is important that you are actually able to solve the question. Okay. So given whatever number of hours are required to solve a particular question, and be really focused on a particular problem and try and move ahead only after you've solved that particular question, right? Now, with this approach, one thing is assumed that you are not going to just on the first day take up a Ford Fulkerson implementation and go through it, right? What you need to do is to slowly scale up, and most of these platforms will have all of their questions tagged into different levels. Start with the easy or the medium, easy levels, basic and easy levels. Once you're confident in solving those and can as soon as you read the problem can understand what the solution would be, only then move towards the medium problems. And medium these days, with people moving on to skill based hiring, solving the medium level problems is enough in order to crack 80 to 90% of all the jobs that are there. I would really recommend not go after super hard problems now, because there was a time when they were important in cracking uh, interviews. So folks whom we got placed at companies like Amazon and Microsoft as well, really focused in on the medium level problems and some well-known hard problems, and that should be enough to crack a 30 LPA salary as well. So that is not an issue anymore. Optimize your time and not go after the really hard problems in today's world. Once you have spent a couple of months solving all the different sorts of questions on all the data structures that are there, and it will take you at least 2 months. So the way we do our courses, we select only the smartest folks that apply to our entrance exam. So the entrance exam is happening on 25th this month. In case some of you want that framework and that guidance to help you around those uh, tough data structures questions as well, and how to go about learning web development as well, do sign up onto a website. The link is somewhere here. Yeah, acciojob.com, right? Uh, in case you want to prep on your own, do realize that it will take you at least 2 to 3 months of solid 6-7 hour effort each day in order to get a semblance of comfortableness with data structures and algorithms. Once you're past this stage, past the first 2 months, uh, the next thing you should do is go for mock interviews and time the amount of time you're taking in solving a particular question. It is only after the first 2 months that you should do this. So for taking mock interviews, there are a lot of free websites as well. There are paid services as well which you can take up. We actually take care of all the mock interviews and everything for our students. So that is completely on us. So you can use something like Cramp.com or InterviewBit for a peer-to-peer mock interview. So peer-to-peer mock is basically you take a mock of a student, you are given an entire sheet which you need to fill, and then you give a mock to a student. So something like that, right? It does not sound very exciting, and it seems like it won't be super useful, but it actually is. And it is something I used in my college during my first placements as well. So after the first 2 months, two things: mock interviews on Pramp or InterviewBit, and then timed contests on whatever platforms you find timed contests at. Uh, it is after this that you can actually focus on building a data structures based project as well. So there are some ideas here which you can use. I will ask Samyak to share this PPT link somewhere so that you're able to look at all these topics. So the idea of a data structures project is you have a couple of points to add into your CV as well as you get a feel of how your learnings are actually useful in some pretty standard applications that you see all around you. So you can actually build a chess just by learning backtracking and recursion and object-oriented programming. So, or a Huffman encoder can be built. You can even build a text editor which has an undo redo option using a stack. So all those things you can implement. Uh, i- Only after these three things, adding a data structures project to your CV, giving some mock interviews. So aim for something like 5 to 10 mock interviews, depending on how you're performing, and going into timed contests. After doing all these things, you can start to really apply your resumes and your CVs to places like InstaHire or AngelList, where you actually see these startups, early stage startups, and MNCs hiring these days. So that is definitely a place you should put your CV in. One more thing you can do is with the shift to more skill based hiring, you can definitely pick up on maybe buy a recorded video course or something in case you wish to on Android App Dev or MERN or how to use Java in building backends or creating APIs. So that sort of a thing is something also you can add to your repertoire so that companies are really able to see you actually performing well on the skills that they will be using in your new job. So here are some helpful links as well for the questions in case people are looking for where to solve the problems, uh, for more problems to solve. I'll ask Samir to share these with you as well. He'll post it somewhere or maybe email you all those things. Uh, yeah, so that is more or less from my side and everything I wanted to share with all of you. Uh, yeah, Samir.
Yes. Thank you, Harsh. I think that was quite detailed. And I guess there are some questions which have been put up. We'll take them maybe after a break of around 1 or 2 minutes. Meanwhile, because you have been speaking for last non-stop for last 20 minutes, so I think you would require a break for 2 minutes. Meanwhile, all the people out there can put your questions in the YouTube comment section, and we'll take them to Harsh. Any question about the preparation, about the interviews, about anything. So Harsh is the right person. He has been training a lot of people who are finally placed at good companies. So I think please take this opportunity at the best.
Okay, so I am seeing some questions here. Should I discuss those, Samir?
Yes, I think so. Before we start, Monica is asking how to start initially. Monica, can you be a bit more elaborative about the question, or we'll take it on the face of it? If you can be more elaborative, that will be helpful. Yes. So Harsh, the first question is by Mayank. I think there is a good interest in our community also about the work that Acciojob is doing, and he's asking, can you share some more details of the course that Acciojob is providing?
Okay, yeah, I'll be glad to. Uh, so at Acciojob, we basically train you in all the modern skills that are required for getting a job in either an early stage startup that is growing really fast or a top MNC that is expanding in the country. Right. So whether it be your data structures and algorithm skills, whether it be helping you create a very good front end for working at an early stage startup, or whether it be writing APIs and interacting with the backend. So all sorts of technical skills that are required to get placed in an early stage startup or an MNC is being catered to by us. So the way our course works is we first take an entrance test On the basis of your, so the entrance test has nothing to do with programming. It is just an aptitude test based on your class 12th mathematics, right? So your stuff like basic probability, basic logical reasoning, something sort of a questions around data interpretation or logical reasoning, stuff like that. Very basic stuff which you don't really need to prepare for. Once that is done and you have been selected, then we actually train you for a full week for free. Okay, so we don't charge anything for this. You can at any time stop using the service as well, no issues. During the first week, we teach you basics of a particular programming language. So that might depend on a particular trend we see in the market. So we typically go with Java. Uh, we train you on very basic stuff. So just the basics of recursion, on of conditionals, of how to. So the first class actually starts from writing the hello world sort of a function, right? Uh, After the first week is done, so throughout the week, you're also given questions on all of these topics and they are discussed the next day. The classes are all live on Zoom. So 1 hour of doubt session plus 2 hours of lectures each day for the first week. Uh, Post that week, depending on your performance during the last week, whether you've solved all the assignments that we have given you and whether you are actually willing to do the course, depending on all those factors, we take a one-on-one interview with you. In this interview, we judge you on the problems that we have already taught you in the week. Okay. So the entire course till now hasn't demanded any existing programming knowledge from you. In case you clear that interview, we actually offer you our contract which you can sign, and only then are you a part of the main course. So the main course will last for 6 months. You will be taught everything that we have discussed today and everything else that is required for landing a top tech job above 5 LPA. You will study with us every day for 6 months. So every day we'll have 2 hours of live lectures and assign a lot of assignments and projects and hackathons on the weekends as well. And only after you have landed a job, you have joined the job, you have got your first salary. So you are already 1 month into your job, which you've got after our training. Do we start charging from you guys? Okay, so you don't have to pay anything in case you don't get a job above 5 LPA. You don't have to pay us anything in case in case due to some personal reason or something you're not able to complete the course or something like that. We don't charge anything from our students until they have earned their first salary after they have joined a job paying above 5 LPA. So yeah, that is how the course is
I
structured.
think the beauty of this is that you take students literally from 0 to 1, just that they should be very clear about the basics, and that too not about the programming, I guess, about aptitude and all. And because we are also working with Acciojob on the placement front on connecting the students with the employers, I can definitely say that the students are quite well trained. So yes, I think we also do float the information about the next batch. We'll float it in our community as well. So all of those people who are in the WhatsApp groups will be floating there, and emails too. So Harsh, there's a question from a first year student. So yes, this question was like something interesting. What is the right time for a person to actually go into data structures and algorithm? When should someone start? There are two different kind of views. One are those who say that in the first or second year you make your data structures and algorithm basics very strong, so that in internships and jobs you do not face any issue even in third year or in the final year. The other way of looking at it is generally people do it during their placement season, that is in the sixth or seventh semester. So
yeah, I do realize that, but I think people doing their DSA in the placement season is not something that should be encouraged. I would really encourage people to, in their first or second year itself, build their profiles on something like a code forces, right? Where you have got contest in which a lot of students are participating in a competitive programming sort of a environment. So if you if you have the time, you are in a first year and have already got exposure to all of this content, then I think you should definitely start with DSA as soon as today, and try and really master DSA because you have got ample amount of time on your side. You will be able to land a great internship as well. Because in internships, though, DSA is the only ultimate thing that you need to worry about at all, right? So if you're starting it now, I think you're at a great space, at a great place as well. And yeah, you should actually aim a bit higher and delve into competitive programming sides of things as well.
Sure. A follow-up question on that by Arushi is that being in the first year, what is the scope of DSA in the future? Will it still hold importance when I pass out? Should I focus on it?
Yeah,
And also after the job. So some people think that it is for to crack the job, you need to know data structures and algorithm. You need to be strong in that. But does it still hold importance? A, after maybe 4 or 5 years down the line, and B, after you have joined the job and you are into the job, what is the importance?
yeah, I understand that. So one thing I would really want you guys to completely understand is even people who are 4 or 5 years experienced out of IIT Delhi going to earn 40, 50 lakhs in their next job are going to have at least a couple of rounds on data structures and algorithms. So this is something that is being asked by everyone from Google to your earliest startup. It is something that has been around for the history of computer science in hiring, and it is something that will stick around because a company wants to judge you on your analytical skills, your problem solving skills, right? And DSA gives them a very good playground to really judge you in an environment which is going to be similar to how your actual functioning is going to be in the company. So as long as people are willing to hire smart folks in tech, and that is a priority for them, I don't think data structures and algorithms are going to go away from hiring.
Sure, sure, sure. Yes. So one question that we have got on the session before, like while the registrations was, so there is this view now that startups are hiring, and they really require you, a fresher, also to be ready with not just the basics of DSA but also the specific skill set. So, for example, Acciojob is training in one stack, someone might be in Python. So
Right.
what is the difference between the hiring of an MNC and then and a startup? Uh, do startups also necessarily look for DSA, or you're good if you are really good in? So, for example, if there's a Monstack opportunity, so is it fine if your DSA is not that strong? Looking at from a perspective of a person who is typically in a third year going for an internship, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, first of all, the difference between an MNC and an early stage startup in hiring is an MNC can give you a month or two after joining in to really set your feet and for you to stand up and understand the tools they work with and really get an essence of what the work is going to be. A fast paced startup is going to be moving really fast. They're going to want features each day. They're going to push commits every weekend. So it is going to be a much faster journey for a person who's joining it. So what startups definitely prefer is someone who already knows the basic tools that he or she will be working with as soon as he joins. So they're going to judge you on those skills more rather than an MNC. Now talking about whether or not DSA is important for early stage roles in startups, I would say linear data structures. So data structures around like your arrays, linked lists, maybe go till heaps. That much you should really get comfortable with. I'm not asking you to be super comfortable with complex algorithms in graphs or dynamic programming, but basic stuff everyone should be comfortable with if he or she is going into tech.
Sure. I think that answers your question. Next question is from Manas. So you mentioned about 2 3 months of good preparation of DSA. So he's asking how many questions to solve each day on an average. What is your suggestion on that?
That depends on the level of questions you're solving as well. So, but see, as long as you're giving in 6 hours each day, I think you will be fine, even if you are solving lesser number of questions in the beginning. Because me personally as well, it might happen that on a particular question I took 4 hours or something, right? So on that day I may have solved only 4 questions, while on other days I might be able to solve 12 or 15 questions in case things are going well on that day, right? So just focus in on the effort. Don't try to define the outcome initially. Only after you're comfortable, do go for timed sort of structures and prep.
Sure. If there's any follow-up question, Manas, you can put it in the comment section. There's another question from Manas himself. Uh, he's asking, I think I'm stuck at a particular skill level in DSA and not able to progress further in advanced topics. Any tips for solving this?
Okay, so in this case, I think you should prefer to revisit the theory once of these complex topics, right? So it might happen that after really implementing the tougher algorithm, so implement your Dijkstra's algorithm, implement your minimum spanning tree questions, and try to just first of all understand the algorithms completely and then implement them. If you've done this once, please try and do this again, because it might happen that things click the second time around. After you've done this, I think you'll be able to solve the tougher questions as well.
Okay.
One more thing I missed on, which I think everyone should do in case they are at a stage where they're preparing for companies now and are comfortable with basic DSA, is you should watch mock interviews. So you can go to something like interviewing.io or even YouTube and just watch people giving their mock interviews. That will really help you understand. So in the end, typically the interviewer would explain what all things the person could have changed and stuff. So I think that is particularly helpful in case you haven't had much practice giving interviews.
Great. On the interviews part, it brings me to the point that next session is also on the mock interviews, technical interviews.
Yeah.
And Sachin Mittal from InterviewVector himself is joining us, and he has a good experience being a techie himself and now going into the working in the interview industry specifically. And we have a good announcement also to make at the end of that session, specifically with respect to interview preparation. So I think that is going to be really helpful for the students. There's a question from Mayank. He says, which programming language should we focus on while preparing for DSA, and also which language do you guys use?
So, like I said, it is fine to start with any programming language as long as it is decently well known. So, something like a C++ or a Java or a Python is ideally what you should prefer. We focus on Java in one of our batches, and another batch is focusing on C++. So, the way we decided on this is we looked at the sort of jobs we will be targeting and saw what sort of demand is there in that particular role. That is not to say that you should also go for Java, because the demand for Java would only be available to you once the company realizes that you can build backends, which we teach in JavaScript, and you know Java as well. So companies realize that you'll be able to pick up on Spring in case you join them. So really depends on case to case. For an early role, in case you are in college and looking at companies coming to your college, any language would be fine out of these three.
How do companies actually look at it? As in, can you share more about the employer's perspective of this particular aspect?
So if they're going to hire smart folks and are not going to do a lot of consulting sort of a work, they realize that once a person is able to build your backends and solve data structures questions in a particular language, it will take him less than a week to start solving or adding to their code base. So that is a timeline which is not super tough for companies to get past. So rather than optimizing on people belonging to a particular language for data structures and algorithms, companies judge more on the problem solving skill there.
I hope that answers the question. That was like I guess a very insightful answer, Harsh, because that is a very common question of selecting the right language to start with. Uh, yes, so I think Monica is asking the next question. So she's asking, how do we start initially? Maybe, though I know that you covered it a bit, but if you can throw some light again.
Yeah, maybe you follow some programming channels on YouTube or follow a particular website that helps you. Otherwise, you can take the recommendations that I gave, which is to go after the IIT Delhi NPTEL course. You can even read theory from InterviewVector as well. Apart from this, for solving, go after the easy questions on Geeks for Geeks. So each day, take up a topic from the list. Today, I will do arrays. So just spend an hour watching a video on the theory of arrays. Once you're done with the hour, go to Geeks for Geeks, solve easy questions, easy and basic questions. Start with the basic questions uh, on that particular topic. Uh, Repeat the same thing the next day.
Sure. And on that, Monica, I would like to inform that perhaps next week we are launching a new feature on the platform, on MyWays platform itself. It is specifically for the beginners, which where we bring in the curated content from YouTube and all other open sources for the benefit of the beginners only to start learning. And that feature is completely available for free for everyone. So you can follow up the newsletters. You'll get the information when it is launched. Gurjot is asking, why is Stack Overflow reputation so important to get a job?
Stack Overflow reputation is not very important to get a job if you're going after early stage jobs, right? So I don't think that is something you should really focus on. What you should rather focus on is your DSA and adding projects to your resume. So we have gotten students placed. I personally don't have a Stack Overflow account here. It's not important.
Great. Gurjot, if there's any follow-up question on that, you can put it there. Now, yes, this is an interesting question. So Manas is asking, I have placement in upcoming semester in August, and how do I manage DSA along with other technical subjects required? So this is a very common question in the placement season. All of these techies are quite confused कि किसके ऊपर focus करें, where should we actually focus on? So how to manage time, if you can.
So I do realize that people have gotten through a lot of different topics during their college, and there are a lot of things that are taught to you during your college. But do realize that most of these topics would not add value to you getting a job. You should focus much more on data structures and algorithms. Other topics like DBMS and OS, you should really go for something like articles on Geeks for Geeks that are arranged in a very neat order and you can just read them up. Don't try to optimize on those things. You won't get many questions from those topics. Give all your extra time after reading those things to data structures and algorithms.
Sure. So there are 2-3 questions specifically about the course. Before that, I would like to take the question by Naima. She says, some internships have coding tests in the initial rounds. So does that mean that the questions will be based on DSA, or it is a combination of both, or there is something else also which is asked for internships specifically?
No, for internships, I don't think there would be anything. So if it's a coding round, it's going to be around data structures and algorithms, right? So it may be a simple question. So something like, I don't know, something to do with arrays wherein you have to solve it in a linear time complexity or something. But yeah, it will be around data structures and algorithms.
So I think I would like to add on that part. I guess most of the MNCs, they definitely do not consider, even for jobs, in most of the cases DSA need to be very strong. Internships, in internship they do not ask beyond DSA, but startups specifically they look for, because as Harsh already mentioned, that they look for people who are already trained, because they do not
Right.
have enough resources and time, more importantly, to train the people on the job. They look for someone who already has some experience. So there are a lot of people who apply on it for internships on MyWays also, and we have seen that people who have built certain skill set in addition to the basics of programming, competitive coding. Like for example, if you're looking for a non-stack job, if you know JavaScript, definitely you will be considered and preferred over someone else if you're targeting a
Yeah,
startup.
one more resource people can use for JavaScript is javascript.info. So there are going to be a lot of articles around the theory around JavaScript in case you guys want to delve deep into it. One thing about JavaScript is that it is not your standard language. There are a lot of behaviors which might seem weird to a person coming from a Python or a Java or a C++ background. So it is important to go into the theory of JavaScript, and interviewers focus it on a lot as well. So in case you have JavaScript or they're looking for JavaScript, they'll ask you questions around theoretical concepts in JavaScript, something like hoisting or the use of arrow functions or the asynchronous behavior. So these are all topics which you should really focus on a lot in case you're looking at JavaScript.
Sure. So there's another question, Harsh, and this is about the people who are doing the jobs, right? And if they want to shift into a coding job, they cannot give enough time, as you mentioned. So what is the right way ahead for them?
The best way would be to join our course because our course is available to people who are working as well. The classes are in the evening from 9 to 11. The doubt sessions are sometime from 8 to 9 or they are from 11 to 12 as well. And whenever we want to take a class during the day hours, we take it on the weekends. So it is perfectly tailored for a person who's already doing some sort of a job and wants to break into a tech role. In case you are from a completely non-technical background, are not joining the course, then I think it would be pretty tough if you have a lot of if you have to give a lot of hours to your job. But the process remains the same. So you will have to take up programming first of all, and then look towards data structures. Maybe spend a couple of weeks breaking into one particular programming language, and then move from there.
Sure. I think just to to add on to that, I guess the people who are already doing a job, some of those they prefer learning alongside, maybe from some short courses or from YouTube. And once they're good with it, they start with like giving a resignation to the current job and joining a small internship for 2 or 3 months. And that is what like I've seen in many of the cases have
Right.
actually uh, taken a boost in their career. These kind of people.
Actually, some of our students are from completely non-technical backgrounds as well, and they have been placed in jobs without doing uh, internships as well. So that is also possible. So one of our students, BSc Physics grad, got a 9 LP offer, joined directly without doing any sort of intern. So those things are possible in case you're willing to put in the effort there. Yeah.
Sure. So there are some people who are asking about explain normalization and its type. I guess Vivek, we should have another session for that. That is a normal Q&A. So if there's some general question that you have, we would be happy to take it up. On the jobs part itself, Harsh, about the course someone is asking. So there seems to be a good attention and attraction to the Acciojob course, and it has been there in our community. Uh, so someone is asking this minimum 5 LPA clause that you have. If someone is already doing a job, would that still hold true, or there would be certain another minimum bar? How does it work
In
for
case
that?
you're already doing a job above, in case you're doing a job below a 5 LPA, that doesn't come into the picture, right? We don't worry about that. You don't have to pay us anything associated with that. In case you're doing a job above 5 LPA in tech, you will be a sort of a custom case. So we will have a discussion with you post the 1 week free course we have given and mutually come to an agreeable bar for your particular contract, something that you are also comfortable with and we are also comfortable with. So it could be so some for some people it has been as high as 10 LPA as well. So it is not something that 5 is the minimum bar in case you have already got a proven track record of being able to get high paying jobs.
Sure, I think coming to that, I would add that with our working with Acciojob, they have been very specific and very limited to uh, admitting people to their courses, and that is where they ensure good customization and personalization of the attention to the student. Akhil is asking, now I am in fourth year, second semester. I got placed with 4 LPA. By taking this course, will I be placed in any company which pays about 7 8 LPA? I think yes, that's a possibility.
Yeah, that's a definite possibility. That's probably the average case. So, in case you're putting in effort that is at least as much as every other student in the batch, you should be able to get that.
Sure. So we'll take the last question from Prashant. He's asking because we're running out of time at 3 p.m. Everyone will be joined by Sachin Mittal, the founder of InterviewVector. The discussion is going to be around preparation for the technical interviews. He's an interesting person to listen, and we're going to definitely have a good discussion. So please stay tuned. This last question, Prashant is asking, how important are internships for freshers? I would add on to whatever you say, Harsh. So I have.
Yeah, internships are important. Internships show that you have worked with the tools of the industry and have got some experience behind you. You can also get some letters of recommendation from people and some contacts from the place you are working at, so which might convert to a PPO as well in the best case. So internships are definitely important, but it is not like if you don't have an internship in tech, you cannot break into tech. That is a myth that I have already personally seen broken many times before. And don't think of it as an inhibitor to you doing your best right now. Right? Do your best right now. It is completely possible to land a great job without an internship as well. If you do have the option of going for an internship, it is preferable that you do that.
Yes, I think definitely an internship is not definitely an inhibitor. It is a good enabler, and so a lot of people. So we work on the referral basis at MyWays, right? So we refer to the employers, and definitely some of the employers do mention that someone who has done at least 1 or 2 internships, we would prefer that candidate over anyone else. So there's this running joke going around in the freshers community as well. So we are just winding up this session. Yes. So this is a running joke that HR specifically asks for experience in the freshers, but they do not provide any opportunity for for a fresher to become experienced. I think you should definitely have, if you're in second year of college, I think you should make it a point till the time you graduate. You should have at least one or preferably 2 internships in the tech space. If you are having internship in non-tech and trying to go into tech, that also does not count in most of the cases. So with that, thanks a lot, Harsh, for taking your time out. This was really insightful, and I think there are a lot of other questions also which are coming up, but we are short of time. Thanks a lot for your time, and we hope to like work together even in future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Samyak. Thank you, guys. I hope you learned something, and I hope I was adding value to your lives. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you for joining in. So yes, everyone will be now joined by Sachin Mittal in a couple of minutes. The session is going to be on the interviews, and I guess the man is here. Hi, Sachin. Can you hear us? Okay, so he's dropping. Yes, so we'll start in 2 minutes. We are taking a short 2 minute break. We'll be back. Please stay tuned. Thank you. Yes. Hi everyone. Welcome to the session two, open session two of day two of the EnthusiasTech Summit, and we have with us Mr. Sachin Mittal, who is the founder and CEO of InterviewVector. This session is going to be on the preparation for the technical interviews, and we are going to keep it very communicative, very interactive. We have some really very difficult questions that Sachin is going to answer today. And you, all of you, please feel free to put your questions about the interview experience in the comment section. For the introduction, Sachin is running his venture. It's called InterviewVector. Very interestingly, within 7 months of starting this venture among the pandemic, InterviewVector is profitable, and they have been doing really great with the companies like BharatPe, Mittal coming in and joining them for their interview service that they provide to the uh, employers. Sachin is an IT Guwahati graduate from 2016, has a very interesting story around getting placement at our research, where he worked and then he joined Eightfold.ai. Recently started InterviewVector. Welcome, Sachin. All of us are really excited to hear from you. Yes.
Thanks, Amit. Thanks for first of all inviting me. I'm not that big a personality that you are showing off, but yes, happy to be a part of the summit. Plus, yes, I'll answer the simpler questions, and you can take care of the harder ones.
No, no, I think one thing. Can you tell a bit about InterviewVector to start with? Because I want everyone to know that where exactly you're coming from, why you are the right person to talk about the technical interviews. Having experienced so many technical interviews on day-to-day basis,
Mhm.
can you introduce a bit about your work at InterviewVector? What exactly InterviewVector is doing?
Yeah, sure. So basically, we are an interview as a service company. We are kind of building Uber for interviews. And the problem that we saw in the market is, whenever any company has to hire, so it means that they have a lot of work and less number of resources of people to do that work. So that's why they are hiring. But in order to hire those people, they have to take a lot more interviews, so their engineering bandwidth was getting used in taking interviews, and but they actually wanted to increase the speed of product development, but they're actually hurting their speed of product development because the engineers are taking interviews. So the time in the day is limited, right? You can either do one or do the other. You can't do both of the things parallelly. So that is where we come into the picture, that we are building a marketplace kind of model where companies can outsource their tech interviews. They can customize their interviews and have these interviews getting conducted on our platform, where we'll have a very niche set of interviewers, freelancers, who would be taking these interviews on behalf of our customers. So that is the problem that we are solving. And in the past 7-8 months, we have been able to onboard 30 more than 30 customers, more than 30 startups from seed stage to unicorns, who are working with us, and making their making their engineers life easy, so that they can consider in the product development, plus keeping the hiring standards really high.
So
So
all
we
of
are a company who does interviews.
all of these are the technical interviews only.
Right.
So that means that being the founder, you might be going through a lot of such technical interviews on a daily basis.
Yes.
Can you throw some light on what kind of companies are these for which the interviews are being taken, and more importantly, who are actually taking these interviews? Because I think that is going to be really important for the audience out here.
Right. So I'd say two of the customers name that you've already taken. So Bharat Pay, Mintical are some of the customers. Then there are other startups like Saif, Airmeet. Airmeet is also a customer on which platform that we are taking these interviews. And then we have Indiagold, Seed Stage startup as well. So majorly, so our target area is product based companies who wants to keep the bar high, and they want to hire good people. Now, the people who are taking the interviews, our interview panel, so they are freelancers, but all of these people are from FANG companies, or very good startups like ShareChat, Meesho, all Swiggy, and all these companies who take interviews on our platform.
Okay, so you are actually experiencing the interviews for the companies like you mentioned Bharat Pay, Mindpickle, and
Right.
Yoni. And the interviewers are the people from the fan companies or the top leading startups.
Right.
Which was recently also
Right.
done one. So now we'll start with your story, which is quite interesting. Tell me a bit about your first placement, your first interview experience. How was it? What exactly was going on?
Well, my first job was Star Research Capital. And just to let you know, TAR didn't,
It does not.
didn't
Yeah.
visit IIT Guwahati at that point of time.
Yes.
So they just visited, the top three IITs, and IIT Guwahati was below the belt, was below the bar for them. So that was the thing, and I applied there, off campus. And one thing that you might not know is, a lot of time people do say that your CPI matters, but in my case, I was just a 7 pointer, and
Okay.
so somehow I got into TAR research.
I think they are quite famous for taking only the 9 graders. So can you tell what exactly was like, how exactly being a 6 or 7 pointer,
Mm-hmm.
how did you actually go about it? Because in IITs, Tau research is definitely considered as one of the top recruiters for the tech.
Right.
So yeah.
So I think one thing that I did was, and first of all, I didn't show my CPI in my resume. So that is one of the small things that hacks that I did, and I created the resume really good. You had a resume session before this, so I created the resume really good. Sent in through a referral that someone working in TAR research referred me actually. So that's why they were keen on taking my interview at least. That they didn't reject me on the resume basis only. Now, when they took my interview, so I had to go through 9 interviews. So what I did was, before going for TAR, I studied a little hard just before the interview. I was not a geek in my college. I was not a nerd, but yes, and you can tell it from a CPI, right? I was not a nerd for sure. But before applying for TAR, I did go and practice a little hard, and during the interviews, I did perform like that only.
I see. So now we are going to go about, so because this session is on the technical interview, so we're
Mm-hmm.
going to go into the depth of the technical interviews,
Mm-hmm.
like what exactly happens in a general technical interview and how people should actually answer some of the typical questions which are asked in the tech interview.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the people who have joined us on the YouTube live stream, you can comment your questions. We'll be taking them to Sachin after the question that we have received on the registration event page. So you can use the comment section of YouTube to put down your question. So some of the questions are, so one very open-ended question. So I, as a candidate, enters the hall or right now the meet online meeting. What is an expectation, a very basic fundamental expectation for from an interviewer to a candidate? What do they expect in general for the interview to actually go beyond 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
What is a fundamental expectation?
I think to answer that, basically, I'll have to answer one thing first. Ki actually, what is an interview? मतलब उसके बिना you can't tell, right? कि interview क्या judge कर रहा है. So मतलब a lot of, and I have seen a lot of people saying this, मतलब taking कि interview the interviewer is there to judge you, but actually it is not the case. So कोई भी किसी को जज नहीं कर रहा होता है. इंटरव्यू इज जस्ट अ हेल्दी डिस्कशन, जैसे जो हम अभी मैं तुमसे कर रहा हूँ, राइट, एंड तुम मुझसे कर रहे हो. So that is actually it is actually an interview going on. So it is a discussion where both the parties are trying to understand each other. So and everyone is trying to learn something from the other person. So at the end of this call as well, मैं तुमसे कुछ learn करके जाऊंगा, तुम मुझसे कुछ learn करके जाओगे. So that is the thing. And when an interviewer comes in interview, they also see something ki, I have some let me understand ki what is the candidate's viewpoint. I have some problems, and let's see ki candidate उसको कैसे solve करता है, and what is his or her viewpoint. And अगर and ऐसा काफी बार होता है कि candidate अटक जाता है इन सब चीजों पे questions में. But can he drive through this, and can he come to a better solution, or can he come to a better understanding? So that is what everyone is trying to judge. Nobody is judging you. I have seen a lot of times कि on interviews on our platform जो उन candidates को pass करते हैं कि जो final answer नहीं निकाल पाते हैं questions का. But they are here to evaluate the candidate on two things. that what is the thought process, how hard is the candidate willing to fight. So these are the two important things that everyone is looking for right now in tech industry. I think बाकी चीजें तो you can always learn.
Right. So I think to put it in other words, the basic fundamental expectation, because once you are in an interview with a real person, you have been screened through multiple rounds, which means there's something interesting about you that the company is looking for. Otherwise, companies do not like to spend enough time for an interview, right? It comes with a huge cost, huge efforts. So one fundamental expectation is they're looking for confidence and common sense.
Yes.
So these two
hard work as well.
Right. So how do you actually tell your story about hard work? I think next session is specifically about selling yourself in an HR interview. So we'll take up this question there. This session is specifically on the technical aspects of an interview. So you are talking about कि कोई judge नहीं करता interview में, right? No one is there जो आपको judge कर रहा हो. But one question is तो I also discuss, मैं आपके साथ discuss कर रहा हूँ, सबके साथ discuss कर रहा हूँ, and it is a discussion which is going on in an interview also. तो discussion किस language में है, ये judge करते हैं लोग या फिर ये भी judge नहीं करते?
यार हम हिंदी में बात कर रहे हैं, right? मतलब वो तुमने खुद ही आंसर कर दिया. I think the biggest thing is कि how communicative you can be. Communication is the key, right? And उसके लिए language is not a barrier. You can use English. You can, at least in India, you can use English. You can use Hindi or whatever. Candidate मतलब जो दोनों parties हैं, candidate and interviewer, वो दोनों एक दूसरे को समझ पाएं. आप किसी भी लैंग्वेज में जितने ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल होते हैं उतना बेटर होता है. एंड इवन ऑन आवर प्लेटफॉर्म मतलब ये हम सजेस्ट करते हैं हमारे सारे इंटरव्यूअर्स को कि यार अगर देखो कैंडिडेट अगर इंग्लिश में थोड़ा सा उसका हार्ट टाइट है तो गो इन हिंदी. इट डजंट मैटर. आप डे टू डे लाइफ में मतलब आप जब इंटरव्यू ले रहे हो तो यू आर एक्चुअली वैलिडेटिंग कि कैंडिडेट कितना कम्युनिकेटिव है, वो अपने थॉट्स पुट कर पा रहा है, नहीं कर पा रहा है, राइट? एंड जब आप रियल टाइम पे जॉब करोगे तब उसके साथ आप हमेशा इंग्लिश में बात नहीं करोगे. आपको कम्युनिकेशन शुड बी द की. आप इंग्लिश में बात करो, हिंदी में बात करो, दोनों लोगों को समझ आना चाहिए. दैट इज द इम्पोर्टेंट.
Right, because this is a very common belief that you talk in English, and even to the next level, this is this belief that you talk in English, and this belief of talking in English is a belief in itself. कि नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. लोग हर कोई बोलता है कि language does not matter, but at the end judge तो करते हैं लोग. So
I would not want to go to such company जो कि actually इंग्लिश पे वैल्यू लगाएगी, मेरे स्किल्स पे नहीं लगाएगी कि मेरे टेक्निकल स्किल्स कैसे हैं, एंड इस चीज पे लगाएगी कि मैं अपने को कैसे एक्सप्रेस कर पाता हूँ, बट दे सी कि मेरी इंग्लिश कितनी हार्ड है. क्योंकि एट द एंड ऑफ द डे एज अ टेकी मैं वहां जाके इंग्लिश मतलब ऐसे राइटिंग नहीं करने वाला हूँ, राइट? मुझे प्रोडक्ट बनाने होंगे, उसके लिए ऐसे राइटिंग नहीं चाहिए.
Next question that we have received is a lot of time while solving the question in a real interview, right? So you ask me to solve some question, then solving that question, and I get stuck. Right? Sometimes might be because my mind is completely blank and there's nothing coming, or sometimes it is like I'm trying my best but I'm stuck. I cannot go beyond that point.
Right.
So what should I do in that case?
I think बहुत ही इसका सिंपल है. ये काफी सबके साथ होता है, even with me or most of my friends who are smarter than me, कि वो on days they would perform really good and on days they would get stuck. And ये randomly होता है कि आप किसी प्रॉब्लम पे you can get stuck. So one of the major thing that I think is important in this scenario is कि you have to clean your slate. अपने दिमाग को बिल्कुल clean करो and think through again. And maximum लोग ये चीज नहीं करते हैं. And this is one thing that I have found to be useful कि काफी बार क्वेश्चंस में होता है, या एक्चुअली ये भी होता है कि नॉट जस्ट गेटिंग स्टक, मतलब कि क्लीन स्लेट है बट आप उस क्वेश्चन में कुछ सॉल्व कर रहे हो, किस तरीके से जा रहे हो एंड उस तरीके से सॉल्व कर ही नहीं पा रहे हो. लेट्स से यू आर यूजिंग अ स्टैक एंड बट स्टैक का स्टैक से सॉल्व नहीं हो रहा है, तो समटाइम्स यू हैव टू गो बैक, यू हैव टू रिट्रेस एंड दोबारा से क्लीन हो जाता है कि यार ये क्वेश्चन दोबारा से फ्रेश माइंड से आया है मेरे पास, व्हाट शुड आई डू. now you can come to an approach कि क्या पता shit stack use नहीं होगा, it might be queue which I want to use or linked list or whatever, but you have to go to a fresh mind. तो और ये क्वालिटी काफी लोगों में नहीं होती है, काफी लोग नहीं करते हैं, एंड ये डे टू डे जॉब में भी होगी कि आप जब भी कुछ भी काम कर रहे होगे, किसी चीज पे अटक गए होगे, तो a lot of times you would have to think fresh, तब जाके आप सॉल्व आपके पास नए आइडियाज आते हैं, तो वो बायस नहीं होता उसमें, so which is really important.
Right. And sometimes I've seen people, what exactly they're doing is they don't know the answer and they think that they might need time, but या फिर टाइम ही नहीं है, उनको ऐसा लगता है कि नहीं टाइम नहीं है, interviewer is not giving me enough time. They do not ask for it, and in the hurry they give wrong answers also. So if you in your mind think कि इतना टाइम नहीं है and answer नहीं आ रहा है, तो what is the best thing to do at that? I think should we just skip it? What should be the right approach?
True. I think that's a tough question. I would have wanted you to answer this, but true. So इसमें ये थोड़ा सा वो complex है. One thing that you can do is कि clean your mind again and think through this. The other would be go to the next question, and जब आप वापस इस question पे आते हो, time last में बचता है, you can you'll have a fresh mind perspective again. So actually theme fresh mind का ही है कि आपका दिमाग कितना शांत है, आप दोबारा से सोचते नहीं सोचते. But one thing that I would suggest is time का pressure लेना is a very wrong thing. Generally किसी भी अच्छी tech product tech company में whenever they are hiring, they do not have a very strict bar. What they want is कि they want to see, as I told you, कि candidate का thought process कैसा है, and they want to see कि candidate कितना fight मार सकता है. Not fight in the wrong sense कि वो अडियल हो गया किसी जगह पे, but कितना अलग अलग innovative ways हो सकता है, कैसे fresh mind से कर सकता है. So that is one thing that I think is important कि don't take the मतलब कि time खत्म हो रहा है, even let's say आपसे 2 क्वेश्चन पूछे हैं, let's say coding interview इसमें 2 क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, अगर आपने एक क्वेश्चन भी at the end of the interview कर दिया, बहुत अच्छे से कर दिया, इसमें बहुत अलग अलग innovative ways दिए हैं, तब भी company will the interview will pass you to the next one. It is not a hard filter कि मुझे 100% का interview करना है, but your thought process is important.
Right, and I think even in that case, the very important thing is to come to the fundamental tip or trick that no one is going to judge you. At the end, it is a discussion which is happening, and sometimes what I have also seen is sometimes interviewers are actually very innovative in creating a question there and then.
Right.
It does not have a right and wrong answer. They are looking at your approach.
A lot of you will not have any best answer. अगर आप system design कर रहे हो, तो you would not have any best answer. There will be different approaches which would have different pros and cons. So उसमें कोई definitive कोई वो नहीं होता कि हाँ you have to do it like this. But आपको ये देखना होता है कि जैसे आपने जो thought process, जो आपका thought process है, आपने उसको उसमें pros and cons क्या हैं, आपको वो चीजें चमक रही नहीं चमक रही, उनको पता कर पा नहीं कर पा रहे. And that is more important कि इंटरव्यू को पता है कि यार जो तुम सोच रहे हो वो तुम उसको जस्टिफाई कर पा रहे हो, तुम बता रहे हो कि यार इसको मुझे इसमें ये कमियां दिख रही है, ये पॉजिटिव पॉइंट्स दिख रहे हैं, एंड वो इम्पोर्टेंट है इंटरव्यू के लिए जानना, इंस्टेड कि द बेस्ट पॉसिबल आंसर, finding out the best possible answer.
Sure. So there was another question which is quite open-ended, but what are your tips and tricks for the techies while they are preparing for the interview or while they are in the interview? What are certain tips and tricks that you think they should keep in mind?
I think सारे के सारे हमने भी तो बताई दिए हैं. Majorly see it not as an interview, but as a discussion. Second thing, while preparing, you should know the basic fundamentals हमेशा. अगर आपको मतलब for example, I can't code a red factory, but मैंने काफी सारी कंपनी से इंटरव्यूज क्लियर किए हैं, राइट, टार रिसर्च किया है और 8fold में था, काफी जगहों किए. Everybody focuses on the basic fundamentals when you're in tech, and everybody focuses on कि तुमने जो आज तक लाइफ में किया है वो तुम्हें आता नहीं आता. That is the most important thing of all. अगर तुमने लेट्स से 4 साल एक कंपनी में काम किया है एंड तुम्हें पता नहीं है कि तुमने वहां पे क्या किया है, यू डोंट नो द इनसाइड आउट, तो तुमने क्या किया, राइट? बट इफ यू नो द सिस्टम,
It holds true for the projects, right?
राइट,
तो इसमें कुछ प्रोजेक्ट लिखा, सीवी में क्या लिखा है, कई बार वही नहीं पता होता है।
ये एक चीज मैंने देखी है सीवी में। मेरी सीवी में सिर्फ 2 से 3 लैंग्वेज या 3 से 4 लैंग्वेज लिखी होंगी जो मेरे को पता है, जिसका डिसेंट मेरे को पता है, एवरेज सब पता है। आई हैव सीन सीवीज 5-5 पेज की सीरीज जिसमें ना एक पेज सिर्फ लैंग्वेजेस पे होता है कि एक पेज में सी प्लस आती है, आर आती है, पाइथन आती है, इंग्लिश आती है, मराठी मराठी तक ये सब राइट। सो आई डोंट नो कि व्हाट दे आर अप्लाइंग फॉर। सो सारी लैंग्वेजेस लिख देते हैं एंड ये एक्चुअली रियल में हुआ भी विद इंटरव्यू वेक्टर व्हेन वी वर टेकिंग इंटरव्यू ऑफ द कैंडिडेट ने अच्छा परफॉर्म किया कुछ कुछ चीजों में, हम उसको कैंडिडेट को पास कर देते हैं, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे जब लास्ट में इंटरव्यू में उसके रिज्यूमे से कुछ चीजें पूछी तो ही सेड कि रिज्यूमे में तो आप सब कुछ लिख देते हो, आपको जरूरी कोई है कि पता है, एंड ही जस्टिफाइड इट कि आपने मतलब रिज्यूमे में तो कुछ भी लिख सकते हो, आपने लेट्स से कहते हैं कि 11th 12th में फिजिक्स पढ़ी, मैथ्स पढ़ा, तो आपको पता है कोई आता है। एंड कंपनी हमने भी उसको रिजेक्ट किया था एंड एक्चुअली वी पास दिस फीडबैक टू यू नो द क्लाइंट एज वेल। उन्होंने वीडियो देखा पूरा, उन्होंने भी कहा कि इसका रिजेक्ट करना है। So a lot of times, and this is a basic fundamental. You should know your shit. You should know your resume. वहाँ पे आप वही चीज डालना जो आपको अच्छे से पता है, आपके प्रोजेक्ट्स वगैरह जितनी प्रैक्टिस की वो चीज डालो। एंड कंपनी आपकी स्ट्रेंथ्स को देखना चाहती है कि आपको जब भी कोई भी हायर करना चाहता है तो दे वांट टू सी ऑन योर स्ट्रेंथ्स कि आप आके यू कैन ऐड समथिंग टू द टीम और नॉट। Nobody is here to evaluate you on your weak points. If you have good enough strengths, so everybody will want to hire you.
Right. So next thing is, so like you mentioned about GPA in the start, right? Or so if my CGPA is low, right, what should I do? So when I'm filling in my CV or sending my CV, that number, right? We cannot hide it in most of the cases. So if it is low and you are selected for the interview, you have crossed certain rounds and you ask this question about why your CGPA is low. So what would be the right answer for that?
इसके दो आंसर्स दूंगा मैं, दो चीजें दूंगा। व्हेन यू आर फॉर कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स मेजरली, अगर आप ऑन कैंपस अप्लाई कर रहे हो तो आपको सीवी में आपको सीपीए लिखनी पड़ती है, आपकी सीजीपीए लिखनी पड़ती है, तो देयर यू कैन नॉट हाइड इट। बट व्हेन यू आर अप्लाइंग ऑफ कैंपस, I would prefer कि create a good enough resume, उसमें CPA हटा दो अगर आपकी कम है तो, if you have good enough CPA तो write it, but if you don't, remove it, but at the same time resume को अच्छा बनाओ जिसमें good enough projects हो, उनको अच्छे से explain कर रखा हो कि क्या क्या आपके achievements है, उसमें numbers दिखाओगे कि let's say हमने efficiency इतनी अच्छी कर दी थी किसी सिस्टम की या anything, that would make your CV attractable, and make it a short CV, a one page, a complete CV. That is one thing. The other question that main question that you asked is कि अगर कंपनी जैसे सीपीए पूछी है, नहीं मेरे साथ हुआ था, टावर रिसर्च से मुझसे पूछा था, तो मेरे सारे इंटरव्यूज हो गए, टेक राउंड्स हो गए, सो आई वेंट थ्रू 9 राउंड्स एंड एट द एंड ऑफ द 9th राउंड मुझसे पूछा था कि तुम्हारी सीपीए क्या है, एंड आई टोल्ड देम कि मेरी तो इतनी है, 7 ही है, तो दे वर लाइक कि क्या ये क्या मजाक चल रहा है,
धोखा हो गया,
ये तो धोखा हो गया। So that is one thing that फिर उन्होंने मुझसे पूछा था कि क्या तुम, ये मेरा स्टैंडर्ड आंसर था कि you can test me on my knowledge, मैंने अभी तक 9 इंटरव्यूज क्लियर किए हैं एंड एवरीथिंग, एंड यू नो थियोरेटिकल उसमें थ्योरी में मेरा बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट नहीं था इतना। So that is one thing, I have tried this trick and actually this worked out for me. Most probably it will work out for a lot of you as well. But you should know your concepts. अगर वो आपको किसी चीज पे टेक्नोलॉजी पे टेस्ट कर रहे हैं, किसी चीज पे टेस्ट कर रहे हैं, तो आपको वो चीजें पता होनी चाहिए, वो जरूरी है।
So once, in my opinion, once you are in an interview and the person is spending good enough time with you, CGPA cannot become a reason for rejection.
It is not a blocker.
Yes, it is not a blocker. Yes.
If you are good in other things, it will not be a blocker.
Exactly. Right. Now, the next question that we have, though we have a lot of questions in the comments also, I'll take them up one after the other. But the next question is about the nervousness and कि यार नहीं interview पता नहीं crack नहीं कर पाऊंगा. How do I get the motivation to be strong enough to enter the interview and also during the interview to stay calm and composed? So if you can share a bit on that part.
ये छोटी सी इसमें मैंने क्लिक करता हूँ, मैं अपने साथ करता जब मैं इंटरव्यू दे रहा था. यार डोंट एक्सपेक्ट द रिजल्ट्स. जब मैंने टावर में अप्लाई किया था तो मेरे को, या टावर में भी या बाकी जहाँ भी, तो मेरे को था कि यार नहीं होगा मेरा. मेरे दिमाग में बहुत क्लियरली बैठा था कि नहीं होगा यार, IIT घोटे से आज तक कोई नहीं बनना गया. ठीक है, मैं कौन से खेत की मूली हूँ. राइट. सो दिस इज वन ऑफ द थिंग्स कि व्हेन यू आर नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग थिंग्स, so you don't feel the pressure, and if you don't feel the pressure you would do your best, so which is really important. अगर आप nervous हो तो 90% of the cases you will not do good. So I would suggest कि whenever you are giving an interview, don't think about the result. I know it's hard, but don't think about the interview.
So I think backstage we were discussing about, so as a matter of fact, both of us come from the same institute before college. 11th and 12th were done from the same institute, and there was this teacher.
With the one day college, right? With the one day
classes. So he used to say, "Bade bade over there." He used to say, when you are entering, when you're doing something, do not expect. तो you ऐसी बातें कर रहे हो, expect कैसे नहीं करे, इतनी मेहनत किया, तो how should we not expect? But at the end, you should know कि यार that is not the end of the life any day.
तभी तो IIT घाटे मिला ना मुझे. मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था ज्यादा. नहीं तो क्या होता है, IIT दिल्ली मिल जाता.
IIT दिल्ली. So one thing is कि वो expectation कभी खत्म नहीं होने वाली है. And second thing is उसको नहीं रखेंगे तो I guess we can go ahead with the free mind. That is the base. That has to be the base. I think
prepare करो कि with the expectation कि मुझे यहाँ क्लियर करना है, I'll do my best and मुझे better बनना है and मुझे ये goals achieve करने हैं. Prepare like that with having goals in mind. But when you are going to the exam, when you are giving the interview or something else, then don't expect. वो and this is a lot coming from maturity कि जैसे आप लाइफ में mature होते हो तब आप ये चीजें नहीं सोचते हो. इंटरव्यू के बाद जितना क्रिप करना है, इंटरव्यू तब जितना मर्जी करना कर लो. इंटरव्यू के टाइम पे और इंटरव्यू से जस्ट पहले क्रिप नहीं करना होता लाइफ में.
Right. I think another important thing is because MyWays as well as I guess InterviewVector is also working in the industry of employment. So employers are more willing to hire you than you are willing to get hired. So employers are more willing to look out for the right people, right mindset, and that is what they are looking for in the interviews also.
Right. Market में jobs बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, but quality people right now are very less. It's not like कि इंडिया में talent नहीं है. It's more like कि finding the talent is hard right now.
Is difficult. So when you are entering the next interview, do not expect in the first place that you will get hired. That is the best thing that you can do. And the second thing is expect that the other person wants to hire you.
Expect that the as I told you, right, the other person is trying to look for your strong points. He's not trying to look for your weak points.
Yes.
So he wants to see what can you bring on the table, what can you help me with, and I can help you with these things. But can you help me with the what are the things that you can bring to the table?
Precisely, exactly. So this brings me to the point of this thing. So some people might say, how can you say that they are not able to find the right talent? Google, Facebook, Amazon, all of these companies are finding so many applications and they're very choosy. So what do they expect? What do the big 5-6 companies, FAANG companies, they expect from a techie? What are the few things that they should keep in mind while targeting these companies from a tech perspective?
I think basics ही important है. If you go for Google interview and everything, so Google में भी काफी basics ही पूछ रहे होते हैं. They don't go really hard. They again see the point कि आपको computer science के basic fundamentals, be it programming fundamentals, be it operating system fundamentals, या be it something else, fundamentals आपको कितने clear है. They don't generally, the big companies, they don't drill down on a language, on a specific language. They are always open कि आपको अगर एक भी लैंग्वेज आती है आप दूसरी लैंग्वेज सीख सकते हो, बट आपके फंडामेंटल्स क्लियर होने चाहिए.
Okay. Then how does it differ in the startups? And if you can also talk about the startups in different stages. So unicorn to someone, seed stage or series A stage.
Right. So I'd say ये startups में थोड़ा डिफर करता है. Seed stage startups जो बहुत ही early stage होते हैं, they generally look for people with specific language skills. And reason being, वहाँ पे सिर्फ 3 या 4 लोग होते हैं जो काम कर रहे होते हैं, right? They can't hire 10 people, 15 people or 20 people. So that is one of the things that I have seen. When you're too small, you try to look for language specific skills. On the other hand, you also look for कि candidate कितना smart है, कितना hardworking है. If you're not smart and hardworking, तो कोई भी नहीं hire करेगा. ये बहुत सिंपल है. बट छोटे स्टार्टअप्स में जो सीड सीड होते हैं या प्री सीरीज या सीरीज ए होते हैं, फंडेड होते हैं, दे आर जनरली लुकिंग फॉर स्टार्टअप विद स्पेसिफिक लैंग्वेज स्किल्स. बट कंपनीज मतलब later stage companies, series B funded, series C funded, they are generally agnostic of language, but they try to look for how smart you are and how hardworking you are.
Right. Yeah, so I think there are also, I guess, the startups are looking for very specific skill sets. And more importantly, in the last session, we were discussing that it is more about the experience before you actually get the first job. So we believe in creating experienced freshers. At MyWays, we say that we make experienced freshers. By that, we simply mean that you should be very clear about what you know, what you don't know. That is called experience, right? Nothing. So what you don't know, knowing that is also very important.
Knowing that is very important. It should not be a black box.
And typically, like startups, they look for someone who has done some internship, maybe a couple of them, preferably. That is something that they definitely, I guess, look out for.
Right. That's always a bonus point, right? If you have done an internship, they have seen that you have gone out there into the wild and you have done something, even though you just created a login page. But you have actually done something. In college, this is the truth. But college में काफी सारे projects you are just copy pasting or a lot of times your teammates are doing, right? You're not performing and you're not doing anything.
Right.
But if you are doing if you're going for an internship, वहाँ पे ऐसे या किसी भी कंपनी में जा रहे हो तो वहाँ ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, राइट? So it is always a and plus आपको काफी सारे basic fundamentals पता चलाते हैं.
And I think that also is one thing that differentiates your profile, specifically if you're not from the, so to say, the top tier institutes. That is where these projects and these internships actually makes your profile stand out. If you do not have the college tag, so to say, to stand out. Right. And that is, I guess, I've seen a lot of startups actually preferring these people over someone an average profile in a tier 1 institute.
Totally. When I'm hiring at InterviewVector, and we are a very early stage, right? Yeah. So when I'm hiring, so I look for people who have done some internships, or I would want to interview those candidates rather than before the candidates who have not done any internship or anything at all.
Exactly.
Right? क्योंकि उन candidates का कुछ experience है, they should have done something. Plus उनको ये experience होगा कि basic how do you use Git or other things कि आप contribute कैसे करते हो team में, ये सब चीजें पता होंगी. So which is really important.
Right. So now taking the questions from the audience, and if you have more questions, please feel free. We have around 15 minutes for a Q&A round. So one repetitive question that we are getting is, how do I handle the questions that I don't know the answer to? A similar question, clubbing them together, is how do I cater to the topic which is weak for me? Should I inform the interviewer that I don't know and ask them to change, or should I answer whatever I know?
I think that's a good question. So एक चीज काफी important होती है जब इंटरव्यू में is thinking out loud. So whenever you are given a question, and let's say you don't know things, so you should think out loud कि यार मैं इसको ऐसे सोच रहा हूँ, मुझे I can try stack, I can try something else. And as you know, for the on the interviewer side, they are trying to help you. Let's say कि अगर कैंडिडेट कहीं भी गलत डायरेक्शन जा रहा है, can I give him a subtle hints कि he can actually go into the right direction? क्योंकि जॉब में भी जब तुम आओगे तो तुम्हारे कलीग्स तुम्हारी हेल्प करेंगे, राइट? दे आर नॉट लाइक कि ओ इससे क्वेश्चन नहीं हो पाया, इससे प्रॉब्लम नहीं हो पाई, मैं हंसूंगा इससे, ऐसा नहीं होता है. तो यू नीड टू थिंक आउट लाउड कि if you are doing something, तो वहाँ पे a lot of times your interview would help you out or would tell you कि you are going in the right direction or wrong direction. So that is one thing. And इससे काफी ज्यादा और भी हेल्प होती है कम्युनिकेशन में. you can connect to the interviewer and उससे आपका thought process बदल जाता है. Instead you're just sitting blank, they're blank for 20 minutes and उसके बाद कह रहे हो कि बॉस नहीं हो रहा है, right? That is one thing. The second thing is, yes, अगर ज़्यादा time निकल चुका है and you're not able to figure out the approach even after certain hints or anything, so tell them कि यार इस question को let's skip it and we can come back if we have time, but let's move to the second question ताकि you can have a fresh perspective on the next question and don't think about it कि ये question ऐसे नहीं हो पाया.
Right, and I guess just adding on to that, in case I guess if you do not really know what the other person is asking, it's a really good idea to directly ask the person that I didn't get the question.
वो ट्रू है. कभी भी कोई भी क्वेश्चन आपसे कोई भी कोई चीज पूछ रहा है तो यू नीड टू नो, राइट, कि एक्जेक्टली क्या पूछा है. उससे पहले आप सॉल्व ही नहीं कर सकते. तो अगर कोई भी आपसे इवन राइट नाउ इफ वी आर डिस्कसिंग एंड तुम मुझसे कुछ पूछ रहे हो, मैं उसमें नहीं बता पा रहा तो कोई फायदा नहीं होगा, राइट? और मुझे क्वेश्चन ही नहीं पता कि तुम क्या पूछ रहे हो, मैं कुछ भी रैंडमली बकवास मान लूंगा. सो दैट इज वन इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग कि जब भी कोई क्वेश्चन आता है तो a lot of times a lot of good people, a lot of good candidates, you know, would tell them ki would reiterate just the question ki okay, I am given this is this, I need to find this is this, and you're expecting this. So usse काफी बार communication clear हो जाता है कि exactly क्या needs है.
So I think the next question is on what soft skills are important for a tech interview. Though we have a different session on it at 5 p.m. Acing the HR round, but yes, for the tech interview specifically, what are the soft skills that a technical interviewer is looking for? Are there any?
I think दो तीन soft skills होते हैं जो basic communication, and not in any language. मतलब आप if you're comfortable in Hindi, go for Hindi. अगर if you want to go for English, you can go for English, or like this conversation is going on, आप English use कर सकते हैं, right? The mix of Hindi and English. But what is more important is कि आप एक दूसरे को समझ रहे हैं, इंटरव्यूअर आपको समझ रहा है, हाँ, और आप इंटरव्यू को समझ रहे हैं. The other important thing is you should be receptive. काफी बार ये होता है कि इंटरव्यूअर आपको हिंट देता है कि यार ये चीजें you know, you can go through this, you can go this way or that way, and a lot of times candidate would you know, ignore that. So interviewers इसलिए बता रहे होते हैं ताकि they can point you in the right direction, but you should not ignore it. Right? They are here to help you. They're not here to distract you. If any interviewer is distracting you, that he or she is not a good interviewer. So that is important. The third thing that I have seen sometimes, actually a few days back, it happened on our platform, that you know, काफी बार candidates ego लेके बैठ जाते हैं कि you know, I know everything in the world and you are below my level. who are you to interview me? So and they would say कि the way I did this problem is the right way, is the best way, and no one can solve this better than me. And at the end of the interview, they would tell this to the interviewer as well as to the HR. I have not seen a single case जहाँ पे interviewer ने इन candidates को पाते हैं जहाँ पे candidates की ego होती है, plus HR भी reject कर देता है. Reason is simple. I am here to look for a person जिसके साथ मैं काम कर सकूं. अगर तुम्हें ईगो है, मैं तुम्हारे साथ काम नहीं कर सकता. बहुत सिंपल है, राइट? मैं तुम्हें कुछ भी बताऊंगा, तुम ईगो में तुम मुझे तुम कौन हो. So ये चीज टेक्निकल इंटरव्यूज में भी काफी ट्रू होती है, नॉट इन जस्ट इन एचआर इंटरव्यू, बट यू शुड बी रिसेप्टिव एंड तुम अपने हिट्स पे दे रहे हो तो गिव द तुम अपने भी कुछ बता रहे हो तो गिव ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट टू द इंटरव्यूअर and at the end of the interview respect his or her decision. You can tell politely I could have done this better or anything, but don't disrespect him or her.
Right. I think this brings me to another point of before the interview. So there's this important thing that we were discussing, that the most important thing to keep in mind while giving the interview is to be in the interview.
Right.
So a lot of people they're like the interview is scheduled, and because specifically in this case there are a lot of health emergencies which are there, and you do not inform the interviewer that I won't be able to attend it, and then you go back that there was some health emergency or whatsoever. Sometimes there is no emergency, that just that you are not in the right mindset to give the interview. In case you are really interested, in that case only you should really be telling upfront that because of certain reasons can be rescheduled, right? And for one time, I think it is good. Everyone would consider that.
Right. I think people should take interviews seriously. I've seen a lot of times that candidates would schedule this interview and they would not come. And I have seen candidates जो ये कहते हैं कि ना हम इंटरव्यू में हमने इनको कॉल बैक किया आफ्टर द इंटरव्यू की हे यू डिड नॉट अपीयर फॉर द इंटरव्यू, व्हाई डिड यू नॉट कम? सो द कैंडिडेट सेड कि यार मेरा मैं नहीं आया तो तुम्हें समझ जाना चाहिए राइट कि मैं बिजी हूँ. And you see the level of the ego, right? The candidate, and the company rejected this candidate. That if the candidate is having such ego, we don't want this candidate. And a lot of time it puts bad impression. Unless and until you truly have an emergency, only then you should reschedule the interview. Other than that, you should appear for the interview or give a notice. At least sometime back. Don't give a notice 15 minutes prior to the interview that hey, I'm not coming to the interview. I will not be able to attend. If there is an emergency, yes, you can't avoid that, but do it in cases of emergency only. I've seen people जो कि like हाँ हमें ध्यान नहीं रहा हम ये हमारा अभी करंट टीवी शो आ रहा है, we don't know, we want to see that only. तो ये random kind of things होती है जहाँ पे it gives a bad impression on the interviewer, on the company, and a lot of times it happens that if you are rescheduling for once or twice, the company might not take you seriously and might not want to interview you again.
Yes. Once I think it is okay, but if it's twice, then definitely it's
nobody's going to take you seriously.
However good are your skills, your projects, your portfolio, but that is a big no.
You're not regular in life. You can't stay up to your commitments.
Right. Yes. So this brings to the question: what should we avoid when answering technical questions? What are some do's and don'ts? So we have been discussing a lot of those, but if there are certain don'ts that you would want to put forward,
I don't think कि कुछ मिस कर दिया हमने. Whenever you're answering any question, think out loud. Obviously, if it's a one-liner concept or anything, think before you're saying something. But generally, thinking out loud helps a lot.
Especially, I think in the video interview era these days, I think it is a good idea to, even if it is not asked for, it is a good idea to switch on your video while you're going for an interview, because
Right.
that increases the confidence specifically. Like,
I think there are two things that right now companies are checking right now. Because it's a video interview era. A lot of time it happens that someone else can give the interview. So companies are checking for that, evaluating that as well.
Right.
We don't want someone else to give the interview. Plus, and after that, I don't think it would be a much of a problem that if you switch off the camera after a few minutes. But the initial bondage is important, that the companies, the interviewer sees your face and everything. But that is not a general blocker. It's a good thing, but that's not a blocker.
Yes, I think that is an enabler. So
Right.
it's always a good idea to do that, even if it is not asked for. Right?
right?
So next question is, if I have prepared any projects in the past, should I necessarily go through them before the interview? How much importance do they have?
If you're actually that holds the most important utmost importance. If you have done any project and you're writing in your resume, companies would love to know that what you have done. Do you know in depth of it? तुम्हारा क्या क्या रोल था उसमें, तुम्हें सब कुछ पता नहीं पता? क्योंकि अगर तुम वहां पे काम कर पाए थे तो यहाँ पे आके नई चीज सीख के नई चीजें भी कर सकते हो. अगर तुम्हें यही नहीं पता तुमने क्या किया है, unless and until that is रियली पास के तुमने 5 साल पहले किया था तो तुम्हें नहीं याद रहेगा, 2 साल पहले 3 साल पहले किया था नहीं याद रहेगा. बट डू राइट दोस प्रोजेक्ट्स इन योर सीवी जो तुम्हें पता है, एंड डोंट राइट मोर देन 4 to 5 projects including the internship or including your job experience in your resume. I have seen people जो 10 प्रोजेक्ट्स लिखते हैं छोटे छोटे कि हमने एक लॉगिन पेज बनाया था उसको डाल देते हैं. तो यू शुड नो कि तुमने क्या किया है. इन एनी कंपनीज इंटरव्यू first 15 minutes are majorly on resume, and if you don't know anything about your projects, so तुम पहले 15 मिनट ही क्लियर नहीं कर पाओगे. Nobody would want to take even a DSL go round or anything else if you don't know anything that you have done.
Sure. I guess there are a lot of other questions also. I'll try to take 2 or 3 of them. If I'm asked a question, should I focus on solving it fast or solving it correctly? What should be my focus? Should I do it right or do I do it fast?
I think do it right is
important, or the answer more important?
I think doing it right is always important, right?
Yes.
If you're doing it wrong, what is the purpose of doing it fast?
And the question is the method more important or the answer? So I guess it is coming from this perspective that solving it correctly, as in the method should be correct, or are they looking for the right answer? So if I know the answer, for example, should I tell the answer there and then, and maybe through some tricks or should I go through the method?
Everyone is looking for the method. Everyone is looking for your approach. If you are अगर तुमने बिल्कुल it's not like a hackering test, right? It's an interview. Hackering test में it generally matters कि तुम finally तुम्हारा answer match किया नहीं किया output से. But in a face-to-face interview or video interview, people are trying to look for your thought process. So they are looking for your method. So obviously, I'm not denying that the answer would have 0 points. Finally, if you're able to reach the right answer, right conclusion, that is always the bonus point. But everyone is focusing on your thinking skills and the method. So that is, I think that what is more important. And on top of that, having the right answer, getting to the conclusion, is a cherry on the pudding.
Again, I guess a bit of it has already been covered, but what do interviews not expect from the candidates? What are some put-offs or some really big red flags?
Not appearing for the interview. That's the biggest red flag.
And once you are in the interview?
Once you are in the interview, as I told you, right?
One thing you mentioned.
Ego, right? The other things that you should be deceptive. You should be. Should not have an ego. Like this is the only way that is there in the world, and there is no other way to solve this. And अगर कोई भी in deceptive, I mean कि अगर कोई interview कह रहा है कि I want you to solve through this approach. I want to use this. Can you use this? It means that they want to evaluate you, that you can guide through that. You can use that process or not, or use that methodology or not. Plus, a lot of time actually, एक चीज I think I forgot to tell. A lot of time, what would happen is whenever candidates are doing, and they would get stuck कि कुछ compilation errors आ जाते हैं, कुछ और आ जाता है. So actually, these are some of the things that interviewers are looking for. If you get stuck, if you get these kind of things, can you actually debug? Debugging is always a good point. That if you're able to debug it without help, that is always best. If you're able to debug it with some help, that is always also good. क्योंकि दैट इज अ स्किल. जब तुम रियल लाइफ में जॉब कर रहे होगे, कुछ प्रोजेक्ट पे काम कर रहे होगे, तो वहां पे यू विल हैव टू डिबग अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, राइट? It is not like you are going to write the perfect code in the first go. ऐसा कोई नहीं होता है.
Right. I think the last question that we're going to take for this session, and then we're going to take a small break. Next session we're going to have is where there is a panel of uh, eminent speakers, four different speakers. Nikhil Jain from Foreign Admits is going to moderate it, the founder of Foreign Admits. He has a really good experience with the student community. I think no one else can put down your questions to the top HR leaders forward. The three panelists are going to be Ms. Amrita, she is the VP HR of HCL Technologies. Mr. Sanjeev, who is having recruitment experience of more than 16 years now, and Mr. Varun, who is the HR head of GrabOn. So, giving you the complete perspective of the MNC startup, how do HRs actually look at that, and after that, we're going to have a session with Dr. Shubhra, who is going to talk about how do you sell yourself in an HR interview. We'll be taking a 2 minutes break after this last question, and then we'll be back soon. This question is what is so I'll try to reframe this question to make it better. How do you answer to the question when the people say, take me through your CV or tell me about the projects that you have? So what should be the right approach? Should I tell the most the project where I learned the most, or the project which had the biggest effort input, or the project where the achievement was the greatest? How should I go about it?
I think it would be first of all, always tell about the project where you know the most. Don't go for a project where you know only a few things. Then the other point would be obviously tell where you learn the most, or go for the achievements where you have most of the. I think most of the achievements would be one of the things that would help you shine out. Reason being, you're telling the interviewer that this is the impact that I made, and you would get if you would hire me, you would also get you can get the similar impact at your organization.
Yes.
So that is something that everyone would be looking out for.
Right. So knowing about the company, the projects that they're going to work on, that you're going to work on, and talking about the similar projects or the similar approach.
Knowing about the project that let's say you have 4 projects, tell the project that you know about the most. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि इंटरव्यूअर ने कुछ और पूछ लिया, कुछ उसमें कुछ पूछ लिया कि यार ये चीजें कैसे हुई थी, and you don't know a thing, you are clueless.
Yes.
That's the problem, right?
Great to focus on that part where you are 100% confident about.
You're comfortable. You're most comfortable.
Sure. I think that was a great session, Sachin. Thanks a lot for your time on the Sunday evening. That was really insightful. For everyone out there, the next session is going to be the panel discussion on why am I not getting hired. The HR perspective, we are will be joined by the top industry HR leaders. So please stay tuned. We'll be taking a break of 2 minutes and then we'll be back. Thank you, Sachin, again.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Samir. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yes, so we are now live on Facebook, on YouTube and Facebook for this session on why am I not getting hired. A very interesting panel, and I'm glad to welcome all of you on the behalf of MyWays and all of those who have joined the session today. We're going to discuss about how HR actually look at us as freshers. How do they look at us? We want this answer of why actually you're not hiring us, why you're not hiring freshers, what are the reasons. We want to know all of those. For moderating the session, we have the founder and CEO of Foreign Admits, Nikhil Jain, who is ITBHU grad, and he has been very communicative with the students. You can find him on LinkedIn. He has solutions to most of the student issues out there. A really good mentor. And I think he will be the right person to put forward all of those questions about hiring to the eminent panelists. Over to you, Nikhil. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks, MyWays. Thanks, Samyak. So let's get this started. So all of the freshers, are you excited? Put it in the comments. What are your questions? And we'll definitely answer all of those questions. And I believe, coming from an engineering background, it's more like, everyone on the panel has been a fresher. So everyone can relate to your pains in one or the other ways. And what we are going to discuss now, most of us are on the other side of the table. So now we are going to help you out in discovering what the other side of the table actually looks into you. Okay. So for this, we have three really eminent experts. So we have Sanjeev Maheshwari. Sanjeev is again one of my mentor also. He's currently the founder of Career Pyramids. He holds 2 decades of experience in hiring and recruitment. He's the former VP of Jobs Ahead, which was acquired by Monster.com, a renowned job portal in the recruitment industry. And he's also an alumni of XLRI and IIT BHU. So, and next we have Amrita. Amrita holds almost 2 decades of experience in recruitment and HR. She's right now working into HCL as the VP of HR and handles rewards and talent management. Trust me, guys, when you are a fresher among these candidates in these experience, you also get to be nervous, and that's a very common thing that we're also going to discuss. And then we have a buddy, Varun. Varun also holds a huge amount of almost like a decade experience into employee relationships. And right now he is working in Grabon and handling the employee relations. So the first and most important thing that we are going to discuss, and that is the pain point for all the freshers. Hey, why are you not getting hired? And this kind of thing is more rampant now because there's huge amount of tech talents that every startup or every company is looking at. At the same time, the freshers are looking at jobs, but still there is something that is missing out, and they're not converting. We do get almost a lot of requests. Hey, I'm hiring a developer. Hey, I'm hiring a leads developer, and all of those kinds of talents. But then at the end, we're not getting those talents. So from a you know big giant company recruitment perspective, Amrita, can you throw some light about what are the hiring policies for freshers that you look at? And then probably from the startup perspective, Varun can take over, and then we'll hear Sanjeev's comment on this.
Sure. Thanks, Nikhil, and thanks to all the viewers who are live with us right now. I think it's a great opportunity to talking to a lot of you as freshers or even experienced who are looking for a change or joining various industries and organizations. A little bit about myself. I've been with HCL for almost good 13 years now. Worked with HR, as Nikhil said, for almost last 2 decades in various areas. And today I manage the total rewards, talent management for HCL Technologies based out of Delhi, Noida, basically. We are proud to say that we hire a lot of freshers. So I think there is a lot which goes in terms of understanding what kind of people we need for our organizations. In fact, with the last year's COVID, the industry really went through a turmoil. Thankfully, IT services have been doing well, and I'm sure some of you have been watching results for a lot of us in the space. Our growth has been steady, and we are doing well on those. We've hired some 13,000 freshers, engineers in last 2 quarters, which was basically OND and JFM. So it's been phenomenal journey as an organization, and we are kind of developing a lot of new things in the fresher world, not just engineers. We are looking at various cohorts of people, whether they are engineers, they are BSc grads, we've gone down a level wherein we are looking at people passing out from schools, which is +2, and then how can they be groomed as a better engineer while they're doing engineer with us, and they're getting a on project exposure as well. So when we hire, I think I'll just put across 2 things which is very important from an HCL. While I understand today everything is around skills. I mean, no more. I think resumes will not fetch your jobs if you don't have the skills for which one is hiring. So when you're a fresher, the ambit is different because you will be groomed in various skills on for which organization is working or what is the project demand at our end. But as an individual, I think all of you or all of us have to start focusing on skills rather than just your resumes. I think that's the key to the world today. I mean, skill has become the buzzword. I mean, even if you hired somebody, the the hiring can be seamless, but when you get into an organization, you are trained on these skills. And when you're trained on these skills, where will you get staffed? How will you get future will get aligned? All this depends on what kind of skills do you hire for. So apart from skill, if I look at from an organization standpoint, we look at two key things, I would say, from an HCL standpoint. One is culture, for sure, because and for any large organization or forget large, I would say any organization, culture is important. You need to understand what kind of culture the organization displays. And it is very, very, today what happens, you just walk in. I mean, when I interview people, even for my teams in HR, fresh management graduates from these schools, when they walk into your rooms, or when we do video meetings to talk to them, I think they're just so focused on what they know they're focused about. It is important that you know beyond yourself. I think that's what we check as a company. So it's not just skills. It is important that what you know about the company, how you know about the company, the research about the company. So you need to read up about the company when you get into the company campus and say, hey, HCL, how big it is, what is the revenue, who's the CEO, basic questions. But when somebody asks you these questions, you are trying to portray that you are beyond yourself, you're beyond your engineering college, and you understand a little more about the business we are into. The second thing is, I think every recruiter would look at it is the passion, because that's second thing which no skill can teach you. I mean, even if you are skilled, or you are a skill in which we are wanting to hire, you have to have that, you have to display that passion, that you're excited about the opportunity, you're excited to join the organization, and why and how you will add value to the organization is also important. So I think these three key things are there when we look at any hiring, at any level for that matter. But freshers is becoming important because our intention is that they are going to stay with us for longer duration. They're going to build next set of generation leaders for us as an organization. So those are key things from my side. Thank you.
Interesting. So I think from the corporate perspective, also corporate is now looking a little bit more startup-ish, I would say. So, but let's hear from the startup, because I feel now startups are also on the hiring spree, and Varun can throw some light about how startups.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Nikhil. And very honored to be here, especially with Amrita and Sanjeev over here. I myself feel like a fresher right now. So, but yeah, talking from a startup point of view, especially, thing is, the way a startup hires is a lot different from that of an MNC. Because especially in a startup, if you talk about a bootstrap startup, especially, we don't have the amount of people in the recruiting team or the HR team to search for candidates, search for that talent that is out there. So what really helps us is if the candidate comes to us directly. So networking is very important if you want to get into a startup. If you can use like social platforms like LinkedIn, and just decide what startups are there in your city or wherever you want to work at, and just reach out to the recruitment team, the recruiters, the HR personnel, or the hiring managers, or even the founders of the startup. Just sending them a message, telling them how glad you'd be to join them, and telling them a little bit about what you know, what skills you have, what you've done in the past. That takes you a long way in getting hired in these startups. I know that because that's something we see, which I'm seeing personally in the company that I'm working at. A lot of the people that we hire, it's people who have reached out to us and showed their interest to join the company. And so that's definitely one thing. It's the networking part. The second thing is it's a lot of people, like especially freshers, they don't exactly know what it is like to work at a startup. It's a lot different from an MNC. So, like, especially me, since I worked at both. I worked at Amazon and Deloitte, as well as two other startups. So I think I could say that a lot of freshers, because they would have people, they would have cousins, they would have brothers, they would have friends who have worked in MNCs. And when they're applying for startup, they think that, it should be something similar to how it's like in an MNC. And when they come to a startup, they realize that it's not, and there's a lot of chaos, and the processes are not there, the structure might not be there, and you're like, something is getting messed up every day, and there's all that stress that is on you. So, I'm sorry, I think there's a background noise coming. Am I clear? Oh, it's clear. Okay, thanks. So that's one thing as well. Like, freshers need to realize that what it is like to work at a startup. It's ask your friends, ask someone who has worked there before. I mean, the world of social networking, you could just reach out to someone, connect with someone on LinkedIn, and just ask them a few questions like, "What is your experience? Do you think I'd be the right fit for it or not?" And just do that homework beforehand, and I think you'll be in a much better position to get hired. Yeah, that's from my side.
Interesting. So now over to Sanjeev for a quick pointer, because I think you have managed more on the middle tier segments, people with 2 to 5, 8 years of experience, and changing jobs is always difficult, right? And there's always a question, sir, why I'm not getting hired? I'm doing all the things which may be asked. And then what are the things that usually people misses out?
Okay. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Amrita and Varun. I think both of you have really pointed out very clearly in terms of what are the expectations from freshers, whether it's in terms of preparation about the company, then the passion and understanding the culture of the company. And as Varun pointed out about difference in an MNC and what say the startup, what should one expect? So I would say important things which are there for fresher or even for any experienced person to get hired. I can't overemphasize the point which Amrita has said. One is prepare about the company. Know about the company, know about where are you going to go into the company. Like the moment I say HCL is a huge company, it's a behemoth. Now there are tens of companies, subsidiaries, associates. If you are going to that group, first of all, you should do a lot of research to understand where is it that you are going to go. So if you go with that clear mind, then the moment you meet Amrita and you are able to tell her this is what you are looking for, she knows that you have done your research. So whatever you are saying, if you can back it up with your research, if you can back it up with examples. For example, for freshers, couple of things which everyone will see is one is your academic result, because there is not much to see beyond that. Then you have some extracurricular activities. And a typical question which most companies will end up asking if they don't have an aptitude or any kind of psychometric test, then they will end up asking what are your strengths, or sometimes even they will ask what are your weaknesses. So if you are telling about your strengths, always tell it with an example, because I know a lot of companies will need to resort to these questions when they don't have those other aspects through which to do this screening. So whatever you are saying in your interview, first be prepared about the company, be prepared about yourself, and in between also be prepared about the job. If you know what is it that the job requirement is, if you already know that this is the job you are going to go, then do some research about the job itself. What is the expectation in an HCL versus a Wipro versus an Infosys. If you can do that and if you can throw that light in the interview that, okay, this is why I'm expecting, or this is why I want to join HCL versus another company, another competitor, then you are sure and you are making a very clear point that we have thought about it and you will take the job when they give it to you, rather than going to another competition. So these 2-3 points about research about company, research about job, and research about yourself, and whatever you are saying, always supporting it with an example. If you say that I have done so and so course, tell them what did you exactly do, what project you did, what did you learn, which was so that you are, what you are saying, there is the backing of it. There is a clarity that the person across the table understands that yes, you have actually done it and you are not just saying it. Because I have seen a lot of time freshers, in an attempt to impress the interviewers, say a lot of things which they may not have done, or they would simply try to hype it up. They would make hyperboles out of small things. So that is something which they need to understand, that interviewer is often able to understand very clearly and see through. So try to avoid that tendency. It's an unfortunate thing, but of course that is what you are fresher and you are green, and you think you are trying to impress, but it just goes against you at times. And in fact, most of the times, if you are trying to inflate something. So try to be on the ground, try to say as much as you know, and try to support whatever you are saying. I know that yes, you have actually done it. So these are 2-3 things which are important. Now, coming to things which you have given me as a pointer as to talk about uh, employment and hiring enablers. So upskilling and mentoring platforms. So upskilling, of course, I think a lot of freshers these days, all the college goers, they are all much more intelligent than what they used to be, say 5 years, 10 years back, because now they are aware of different platforms which are upskilling them. So along with their studies, they are always taking more courses, additional syllabus they are doing, or extra courses they are doing. So that is what I think all of us know about upskilling, and they also must do upskilling. So naturally, if you are trying to specialize in machine language and then you want to go and do that job, then it always helps if you've done something extra, whether it is one course or even two courses or whatever extra you have done besides what your college is doing. So that is important to express yourself and to impress upon your prospective employer, that yes, you have done some upfront work, and if they take you, they will have a reason to take you versus others who may have not even started on that path. So that is something which is very important. And then of course, hiring enablers and employment enablers, the more you know about the company, the better it is. And of course, there's a very important aspect about vocational training. I guess most of the people we are addressing have done some kind of vocational training. So sometimes it becomes an eyewash where people go and just take a certificate and don't even go to the companies and attend it. So it's always better to go and actually get the real life experience, because it will always show in your interview. And interviewer, trust me, is often struggling about what to ask a fresher. So those are very good conversation starting points. If you've done something good, you should explain it yourself, whether it's a training, some particular project you have done, or in your own engineering project that you have done, or any particular subject which is relevant to that company which you have studied, or you have studied a particular aspect more than what others would have studied. So that's always a good conversation point if you can give it to your employer. So that I feel can help you in your interviews. Then about mentoring, of course, it is always meaningful to have someone who's working in a similar industry or same company where you want to go, to have them as a mentor. And I'm sure today in the connected world, it is much easier to connect on LinkedIn or even through your rest of the social interactions that you have. So I feel these are some points which I think are important for freshers to keep in
That's
mind.
great. I think you talked about majority of the positive things which any of the freshers should keep in mind and add up upon this. But now let's talk about the major pitfalls or the major mistakes that even knowingly or unknowingly freshers end up doing, which acts almost like deadly for their applications. The applications are not going through. And I've seen like people applying to 50, 80 companies and are not hearing back, and just having that sense of satisfaction that they're not worth it. So, what are the pitfalls or what are the major mistakes that, as a recruiter, that let's say Amrita or Varun, anyone can pick this up, that students do, and you can guide them to avoid. Like these are the few things that students should avoid.
I think,
I
Varun,
think
would you like to take that? Recently, if you have met a lot of freshers, maybe you should take that, Varun.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take this up. So I think the biggest pitfall which I've noticed is it's when the mindset is not matching what we require from a fresher and the mindset which they have currently. Like going back to what I've said before, when they don't know what they're getting into, like getting into a startup, you need to have this proactive mindset where you have to show that you have faced problems before and how you have faced those problems. So sometimes, like in these HR interviews, we'll ask questions like, tell me about a time where you've had a conflict with your teacher, or any if you've worked before, if you interned somewhere before, then your manager. And if you kind of see that in them where they're just complaining and complaining, then you know that it's going to happen here as well, because startups especially, they're not perfect. and something or another will go wrong any day. And you need people who would take that in the right spirit, in the learning spirit, and try to find a solution for that instead of just complaining and just making the whole atmosphere a little dull. So I think that's one major thing which I've noticed.
Interesting. So, Amrita, I think you guys have hired like 10,000 plus freshers, so
Yes.
there should be some data to help us understand.
Yeah, I think I will agree. So what Varun said, see, when the candidates would have cleared their technical, and there are platforms, as rightly Sanjeev said, based on those scores, you have a shortlisted set of people who would come and meet you, right? I mean, and when we as an HR professionals meet them, what are we trying to look at them? We're trying to look at them as we know that's not 100% fit one would get, but something closer, 80%, 75 to 18 is a good match, I would say, for any of the matter for that matter. Now, what I feel, and recently I have been involved in interviewing some of the IIT grads when they were going through the SMT, the business school, and I was one of the panelists for interviewing them. And I think that goes with anybody when you're hiring for a job itself. What I intend to look at is, and I said this earlier as well, that what do you know about what world is doing today? So, for example, simple topics like the farmers' protest. Do you know exactly what is the new bill? Or for that matter, if somebody is in HR, there is a whole lot of code of wages which has come up as a change in the industry. Basic stuff, but if somebody is not able to answer what is happening in and around in your country, and I'm not asking about an economic affair in US or what's the economic policy, those are not something I'm asking, but something which is very basic. But if you are not reading about it. So it basically goes back to how much you're reading and how much you are knowing about your world. So I think that's something which I see a lot of youngsters missing on. I mean, they might be glued to their own subject, they might be glued to gaming and a lot of media, but the basic reading which one wants is sometimes missing. So I think that gives us a feeling that the person is not aware, is not smart enough to see what's happening in the world outside him, right? And those are something which will influence him as well in the aspect. And the second thing I think where we might be a little biased on that, but I tend to look at it as the confidence level. If you are honest, like as exactly Sanjeev said, if you're honest and you are explaining the bit with an example, it just reinforces that you've done this with your hand, even if there are mistakes on it. But if you just try to fap up a story, you will get caught somewhere or the other. I think so. The importance, also from my perspective, is that how confident you are presenting yourself. At times what happened, you might be an excellent, you might have scored excellent well on your skills, but as an organization, when we are hiring people, we are hiring them for future. We are hiring them to be the next project managers. We are hiring them to be the next people who will represent the company in front of customers. So that confidence is also important, and I'm 100% sure it will come over a period of time. But if you're not able to present your facts confidently, that doesn't give us any comfort as recruiters when we hire people. I think those are very commonly I've seen people where I tend to not choose them because I think they're lacking on the basics. That's my point of view.
Interesting. Yep.
So, Nikhil, I would like to add one point from where you said that when freshers apply to 50 companies, 60 companies, I would say it is being foolish, because it is humanly not possible to research that many companies. So one must limit depending on how you are academically and how you are personality wise. So if you don't get this view from some other people whom you know today. It's very easy to connect with people in HR or some of your seniors. Ask them, should you apply to X company or not? Because it's not humanly possible to research more than 5-7 companies.
Absolutely.
So if you research P&G and Unilever while you are in the middle of the class or at the bottom of the class, you are just wasting your efforts. So better, because academics as well as your personality type, if you can assess. Suppose you are not ready to even assess your own personality type or ask anyone whether I will be suitable for X company or not. At least academically, you know very well where you stand. It's very clear, right? It's black and white. So you know that Infosys takes only X people who are 1, 2, 3 first divisions in this. TCS takes only this. So you must not prepare more than 5, 7 companies. If you are applying to more than 5, 7 companies at one time, it is utter waste of effort, I would say. At one time, anytime, if 5 to 7 job openings are open for you where you are still undergoing a process, anything more than that is not feasible to control, according to me. Whether even after you have finished your education and you are only doing job search full time, I'm talking about, then also it's not feasible. So one must at first, in the beginning, only be sure that these are the companies which I will be able to make it to. So keep a couple of companies better than those. Keep a couple of companies which are lesser than those in terms of brand, in terms of the kind of quality of people they take, and target there. If you're not able to do that, then really take some paid mentoring if required. Otherwise you will be only wasting your effort. That's my sincere thought and advice to everyone. One is your own academics, where you stand. Whatever the reason is, the result is there to see. Second, your own personality. Suppose you are a very structured thinker and an organized manner, and you know processes are important for me. Don't even try going towards startups. You will waste yourself. Even if you get a job, you will be frustrated very soon and you will move out. Versus if you want to try that word, and you are such a person who is dynamic and who would go out and who would fit into that kind of a culture, then you should try there. Otherwise, simply because there's a big startup or a good name and they're hiring people, you should not go there and frustrate yourself in 3 months, 6 months. Nobody, you don't add any value to yourself, and you waste organization's effort as well as your own time, I would say.
Interesting. I think one of the very key insights that I see on LinkedIn, and I think this is a red alert for a lot of people. You know, there are a lot of noise out there on social media, about how to apply. There's always a hope selling, you be creative, you write to the founders. All having said that, you need to have something in your profile when you're writing to the founder, and, being out of the box as an applicant. You stand out, because nowadays recruitment on other side has been really competitive for startups also, or for any MNCs to retain the talent, to get that kind of a talent. Because if there is a talented person, there are at least 10 or 20 takers for that talent, right? So, from the hiring point of view, what are the things that these talented individuals who may not have maybe a couple of extra skills, maybe a couple of soft skills, because soft skill is something that has been majorly overlooked in the regular traditional Indian education system that we have seen. We are not well trained. I'm talking from the IT perspective and even from the other college perspective. We are not well trained to about how to speak to a recruiter, how to write those LinkedIn messages, how to keep our email in within 2 or 3 paragraphs, instead of like a whole essay. So those preciseness is very, very important, which most of the students usually miss out in terms of the desperation or the frustration or being in the hurry. I believe, and just raise your hand if you have seen this, you know hello, Mr. X or Mr. Y, can you review my profile and get me a job? Or can you get me a job? This has been the regular trend, and I would say these are from my understanding, these are the one of the most deadliest mistake that you should not do. You would not create a good impression in future. Also, if you are looking for it, the reputation has gone down because of such messages that you would have sent. So be very cautious in when you are reaching out to relevant person who could be a decision maker for your process, and also could be an influencer in that decision making. So whatever you're commenting on LinkedIn and social media, it also gets reviewed. If I'm seeing a lot of negative comments from you on startups, I may not be able to hire you, because I feel this guy is a little bit more negative towards the startup culture. So those are the things. And as I think that Sanjeev sir clearly mentioned, if you want to get a 9 to 5 kind of a thing, have a little bit of stability, probably a multinational company which has structured, organized processes, there's a time framework, it's good for you. I'm not saying that multinational don't demand. There's also a great demand for the kind of work that you'll be doing, and consistency is really important. But then if you're going for early stage startup, be prepared to work 12, 16 hours a day, and be prepared for even sometimes the later pay. So there are X number of nuances that you would get to see in both the kinds. So having an assessment first is very, very critical, so that you don't end up again doing the same mistake, 50 applications, no results. But now, all three of you, I have a very interesting question. What are the things the student can do in during their applications or during their approach, which would make you guys get some help in hiring them, because I feel if I'm making the recruiter's job easy, I might get hired faster.
So for me, it
Yeah.
is very clearly, if you can just write your objective. When I see a profile, if you are clear that this is what you want to do, you say it upfront in one line. Then you put an objective. But if you're not clear, if you're just looking for a job, then naturally you cannot do it. So it depends on how clear you are. If you're clear that you want to get into a startup and you want to do X kind of coding and you've done this course, just write it in first line on top. That is what will be winner CV for me. Very simply put.
Right. If to add on to that, I think if I were to lay it down like exactly what someone would do, what someone can do, and what I would do if I were in in their shoes, is I would probably just go to the companies or the startups LinkedIn page. I'll look at whatever jobs are are out there. I'll read through job descriptions. I'll see which one matches my skill set the most, and then I would like send out that message to the hiring manager or the HR or the founder that this is I feel that I am the right person for this job because of this. These are the skills I have which match the JD over here, and I'll just lay it down for them, make it very easy for them, and that is it's just wonderful to see whenever you come to office and you see an email or a message like that. It just gets your work done. So that's exactly what I would do if I were in their shoes.
Amrita, you're on mute.
Oh yeah, yeah. I agree. I think what makes our life easier would be if it's very important that somebody's looked up the job first in terms of what the job needs, and then you actually create I would not say create a resume, but at least write an email which talks about matching that job requirement. It doesn't interest me at all if I'm looking at say for example, I'm looking at a comp and ben professional in HR, and I get a resume who's done only hiring in his career. It just doesn't help. It doesn't have any interest for me. So I think, that's what every one of us is trying to say. It's important that you understand, you read the job spec, you understand the job spec, and it might be that you're not suitable for it. Don't apply. Don't waste your time and don't waste recruiter's time, because he will just move it to the junk. He's not even looking at your resume for that matter. I guess that's the biggest thing one would do, because rest is only when you meet. I mean, papers can't talk, but one is your academic qualification, which really impresses a HR or a recruiter for that matter. And second is his own proximity to the role. So I think if that proximity is there, even if you've done a project in that area, pull that project up in the conversation, because that's where the proximity comes to the role, and the recruiter is wanting to hire you for that. So I think that's definitely the key. A lot of people write emails. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they would write pretty much everything about the soft skill they would know, about interpersonal skills, about how they have managed it. It doesn't interest the recruiter because he has to read 300 such emails to get to the 5 profiles he's looking at. So I think that will save time for both of you. That's
Yeah.
my.
That's great. I think from my experience, and not to boast, but I remember getting at least over 20 off-campus jobs in my IIT BHU days. I'm always proud of it. And the reason now I reflect back and see that I always made my recruiter's job easier. If I'm I remember writing to one of the early stage well-funded startup, I wrote to them a proper 2-pager, these are the things that your startup is not doing really good at, and these are the things where I can really help you and scale from X to Y, and these are my qualities. Instead of a resume, I just wrote them, this is the problem statement that I feel your startup is solving, and I can help you do this. And immediately in 3 conversations I was hired. So you get to commit to some companies, and I never applied to 50-60 companies. So I would recommend, if you do those researches and try to make it more customized or try to add value to the recruiter's journey or to the founders or any particular person that you're reaching out to the job, if you helping them do their job easily, there's a very high likelihood that you would be at least preferred for that first round of conversation. And from there, if you have the skills, if you have the merits, there's a very quick hiring, because no one would like to make the talent set on the bench in this current world where there's a real talent shortage. And this is an early insight. Yes, there's a talent shortage at most of the organizations because every single one wants to either hire the talent, retain the talent, and keep them, because getting a good talent is always difficult. So if you are talented, you would be always in demand. It's just that how you're approaching makes a whole new difference. You know, so I think one last thing, because the approach is very, very important. Any particular experience that you guys want to share where a candidate would have exceeded your expectations? I was expecting, like, I can give one example. I remember hiring an intern from a biotech department, and he took up a project which was nowhere listed in our, I would say, to-do list. But seeing the problem that we were facing with one of the big company, he designed everything by himself just because he was good at content writing. He used some of the basic no-code tools and designed a product for us and gave it to us. That this is what I feel. And he was ideally an email marketing intern, and he did a product out of it. So that was like exceeding the expectations for me, because when you do something for the organization selflessly, you get that respect that even right now, even after he's graduated and gone, I'm still talking about him. So that's the kind of expectations for me. I feel if you're doing a little extra out of your job for the company always value that. So all of you can share your.
I think I can go next. I've just hired. I've just hired somebody in the performance team, and fresh management graduate. But what interested me is that when I spoke to him, he was able to correlate our last 3-year data in terms of our performance in our revenues, right, and correlate it with the competition, and present a point of view in the sense that why he felt that XYZ company was doing better than us, or we were doing better in a particular line of service. Like, for example, our infrastructure division was doing better, and he compared the revenues of like the competition and brought the point of view that why he thinks that HCL in the infrastructure world is doing better than XYZ. I think that was so inquisitive for me, because I was not expecting an intern to come, a management graduate to come and present on our final review, on a final meeting when he has met a couple of more people, and give me a perspective on that, because that was not the ask, or a business case study we had given him. That was not the ask at all. I think so that surprised me really well. And I just go back to my point, which I've been trying to say, that he did that effort, that he knew that the job is for the performance team. He knew that what does that team is responsible to drive for the organization, and therefore what will the job entail for him. And he was able to correlate few facts which are available in public domain to present to the interviewers at his interview. And I would say he won hands down, because I think I didn't even meet anybody after that. I said, this guy knows exactly why I want to hire somebody at this. And he's just a management graduate, and he has to go a long way to understand the ropes and understand the company and then perform. But that's pretty much which kind of really intrigued me. That people go all the way down to kind of read a lot about it and create a value for the organization, even on the interviewing desk. So I think that was interesting for me.
So Varun.
Right. If I were to share my experience, I think I'll talk about someone who I've hired for my team itself. When I was looking for a recruiter, I think it had been about like a couple of months. I was interviewing a lot of people, and I was just not finding, like, I was just not happy with whoever was coming in and giving those interviews, and something was just not feeling right. And so there was this guy who I kind of knew. I did not know him that well. He was an ex-colleague, but we were like on the, we were both friends on Instagram, and I used to see him he was a bodybuilder. He was into fitness a lot. So he would always wake up like 4:30 in the morning every day, post a story, working out. He would show his results over there and things like that. So I thought, it would be nice if this guy, would be in my team. And it was kind of it was coincidental, where he himself reached out to me when I posted a job on my Instagram about like I wanted a recruiter, and I was like, yeah man, like just like give the interview, even though he had no experience at all. I knew that those are some things I could just teach him. and he's turned out to be, a rock star in the organization, like just because of his discipline and things like that. So I think that's one thing.
Interesting. Sanjeev sir, any experience? I think you would have many, but yeah.
I would say same insight as Amrita has shared. If you can prove that you will hit the road running, you already know what you are expected to do. If you can prove that, and if you can do some background work and show it during interview, I think that will make you the star. That means you will exceed the expectation, at least during the interview for sure.
Great. So I think the key takeaways from this session was definitely doing a proper research before reaching out to the recruiter, making the recruiter's job easy for them to assess you. And if you want to stand out of the box, you are showcasing yourself out in social media in an appropriate manner is very critical. What you are doing, and if you're doing something, it could be a hobby, it could be as simple as that, going to gym every day and posting a story. Imagine, there are endless possibilities, right? So if you're doing something, you can probably showcase it in social media, and you never know who is watching that. So, and again, building a network, building a circle, a healthy network which is growing, is going to really help you out. And then doing that X factor thing, if you can bring something, some insights, it could be a very, simpler insights, but you have attempted, you are already, ahead or probably distinguished from the regular candidates who never thought of it. If you're doing something common, either you have to be really brutally good at it so that the brutal competition cannot kill you at that point of time, or else you have to do something creative to be able to attract that attention, to be able to showcase your commitment that you went out of the league and did something. So these are the few key takeaways. Now we'll move towards the questions. We have a couple of questions right now. So the first question that we have is from a typical mechanical engineering student, and we all know like engineering jobs are really difficult, but now engineering is now merging in towards the tech side of it also. So any particular suggestions that you guys have for any of the core engineering guys who are trying to get into the domain?
I'm not very sure if I understood the question, but if I understand correctly, what he's saying is from core engineering, how do I move into tech side? Is that the question?
No, for the core engineering guys, what are the usual, I would say, job strategy that you guys could recommend to all the engineers out here? Because apart from computer science, there is a big bulk of engineering.
Yeah, there is chemical, there is civil, there is mechanical. Those core engineering jobs. How does one go there?
Yeah,
that's the question. So my take is naturally there are companies which you know of in your field. So many of them will do campus interviews, and even if they are not doing campus interviews, then you need to approach them directly. They will have some kind of scheme. See, especially engineering companies, typically they have a graduate engineering training program or a management training program. In some name, they will take trainees. Sometimes it may happen that they are taking diploma trainees, not engineering trainees exactly. But then they will make the exceptions if you prove to them, or if you are really keen on pursuing that particular trait of yours, whether it's chemical or mechanical or electrical or any of these. So that will be my understanding. I would like to believe that these companies still visit campuses. I am not sure, but I would like to believe they do.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think for us, any engineering works, Nikhil, so it doesn't. It's not really computer. I think. For example, a lot of mechanical work engineers we recruit for our R&D divisions, engineering and R&D divisions, which is another division within most of the technology companies do have engineering R&D services, and mechanical can be one of the streams. So, but if you want to be a part of the technology company, today there is no such bar in terms of whether you have to be computer engineer. There are entrance tests which one has to clear, and I think that's very common. People go to campuses. If you have interest, you just apply and you go get going. And otherwise, if you're interested in the domain, I'm sure the similar domain companies come to your schools and pick up people. Otherwise, you have to apply. You have to do that extra effort. But I don't think there's much difference right now left on those. There are very blurred lines on that.
Okay, I would definitely want Varun's view, because I think startups, I feel, is one of the key aspects to leapfrog that experience part and probably have a hands-on.
Right. If I were to add on to that, I mean, this framework which I suggest to anyone actually is, find someone who has been in your shoes, find someone who has been over there, and just find him and just ask him like, what have you done, and just do the exact same thing. It's literally as simple as that.
Exactly. I think mentorship is really, really critical. And what most of the students misses out is talking to the alumni or talking to relevant people who've been into this industry and getting that footsteps. Because I know like fresher has always this ask, I don't have experience. So I think couple of cents from my side because I've been into mining engineering, gotten that kind of a job also. Your projects, your internships, your courses which you're doing are your assets. If you go there, and the best way, you may not have a lot of MNCs maybe hiring in your domain, but you would have certain kind of startups, incubators, accelerators. These are the places where you can find mechanical engineering based startups or any kind of niche engineering based startups. You can write to them, showcase your skills, commit to that. Probably you could start off with an internship or a training period, but then you would go ahead. But a word of disclaimer, all startups may not have a training program like a well settled MNC. So the training program gradually goes down as you move from MNC to a startup. You may find a very thorough training program with HCL, but you may not find a training program at foreign admits. It's all like how much can you hustle, how much can you learn and deliver. So go with a different mindset on that. Okay. So one very interesting question that has been asked: freshers are usually not clear what they would be doing in 2 years. A typical problem in India because after high school, our parents are the one do engineering and then think whatever you want to do in your life. So they're usually not clear, that I have understood. How should we answer this question, and how should we even think about answering this question? Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Very, I mean, I think, yeah, a lot of us ask this question, I guess, and Varun and Sanjeev can comment as well. See, the idea, I will just add on that the idea is to just get a clarity of thought of the individual. The idea is not to really understand that, he can talk about being the head of the function or a CEO of the company. I've heard people saying these answers. Idea is the clarity and the reality to the world, saying that in 5 years, do you think if you join as a management graduate or a trainee, will you become the CEO of the company? Unless and until the company is funded by your father, that's a different story. But let's live in the world of reality. So, idea is to get the clarity from the candidate's head that what he thinks, that and how is he clear in his mind that he wants this job and he will perform in this job to become XYZ. I think the best way to answer this is to get better experiences and excel in the role which I am getting into, and excel in this role, because you should also be saying that I want to change roles in next 2 years, because then the interviewer is not interested to spend time on somebody and groom that person for a role in the team. I think therefore the best answer would be give a clarity of your thought, that why I want to take up this role, and when I do this role, my intention is to become experienced, well professional in this particular domain in next few years. I think that's how I would put it, rather than jumping the gun of becoming a function head or a CEO for that matter.
So, yeah, Varun, from the startup perspective, do you guys still ask this question?
Yeah, I'm surely guilty of that. Even though I remember when I was a fresher, I had no idea what I wanted to do in 5 years. But I think, like Amrita said, if they have like too many things in their mind, where I want to do this, I might want to do that or that, then it kind of you're not sure if that person will stick around or not in that role. So that's probably a red flag which you catch when you ask this question. So I mean, obviously it's not, I wouldn't say it's fair to expect a fresher to know exactly what they'll do in 5 years, but at the same time, when you're giving that interview, you need to have that clarity when you're answering this question. I would strongly suggest that. And when you answer this, like if you tell them that you want to be a manager, you want to be in management, you want to lead people, and all of that, then it gives you kind of an idea about which direction they want to go, and in that way you will also kind of coach them and mentor them while they're at the company. When things go tough, you keep reminding them that, hey, this is what you wanted to do. This is this is one of the obstacles and problems that you will have to face, and this is what's going to help you grow. So it helps. That's something I would always, whenever I have those one-on-ones with someone who I've hired, I'll always keep that in mind. I'll always make a note of what it is that they wanted to do in 5 years and bring that back to on the one-on-one. So that's that.
Interesting. I think that's a very brilliant strategy for me also to adopt it, to keep reminding them about their goals. Okay, the last question and probably one quick answer after that.
Before
Okay.
that, Nikhil, let me tell you how to answer this question. 2 years or 5 years, where do you want to see? So it really depends on how you perceive the question. If the person across the table is wanting a smart answer, then obviously people can say, I will replace you in 5 years. Those kind of things they can always say. Yeah. But I would say an honest answer will be, you should say clearly that, today I'm looking at joining your company, and I hope your company will keep giving me enough growth and enough challenges which suit me. Then I'll continue in your company in 5 years. I become a manager or a CEO. It's not in my hand, and I don't expect that. Or you can take or second honest answer can be, you take an example of 2 3 other people. Say, okay, I know these people who have lived 5 years or 10 years in their career. At this stage they wanted to become this, but now they are this. Or this person I know, he wanted to become this, now he is this. So really I don't know how my life will shape up. It is too early for me. As a fresher, you can just be simply honest and say that, I'm expecting, I'm hoping for this to be true. But if you ask me, I don't know. See, the fact is that in 5 years, most of the people will change 3 jobs. The person across the table also knows it and understands it. So be honest and tell him, I myself don't know. If you want me to be honest, I don't know. And if you want me to really tell my expectation, this is my expectation that, I'm getting X money. I'll continue to grow to Y money, Z money, and I'll continue to get challenge and growth in the job. Why will I leave? Why is there a dearth of talent? Because obviously companies are not able to retain talent for some or other reason. So same thing, if he can put in some sweetened tablet he has to give, that this is the fact of life for you as well as for me. So he has to tell it
Interesting.
in sweet words. That's all I would say.
Interesting. I think this is wonderful, and the last closing comment was amazing. So yeah, we'll close the session here. I believe for all the freshers, even the working professionals who are exploring their careers, this session would be valuable. And I hope that all four of us are hiring. So, and again, every good company is always in the hiring spree. So, and Sanjeev sir can also mentor you if you are looking for that hiring mentorship. And if you plan to do your master's or MBA, probably you can come to me and I can definitely help you to get that upskilling in your career. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Amrita, Varun, Sanjeev, for coming here. It's a great pleasure to hosting this session with you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you,
Thank
Amrita,
you,
Nikhil,
everyone.
Varun.
Thank you.
Great.
Thanks,
Bye.
everyone.
All the best.
Hi guys, can you hear me? Hi.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Welcome back. We are really sorry for the technical issue at our end, but let us start now. We have with us Dr. Shubhra Chakrabory, and this session is about acing HR interviews, the art of personal branding. How do you sell yourself in an HR interview? And I think Dr. Shubhra, being personal branding expert, all of us know about her. It's been very difficult to get in touch with her also because she's busy till the very last minute of the day. Sometimes we have to have certain conversations during the midnight. I think this is going to be an interesting conversation, Dr. Shubhra. First of all, thank you for joining us. For everyone's uh, information, Dr. Shubhra is an MBBS and a very unique path of going into an MBA. She has won over 22 competitions, business competitions, and let me tell you, it's very difficult to win even one. So 22 is a huge number, and you can find her on LinkedIn. The very famous Helping Hands hashtag Helping Hands on LinkedIn was her initiative, and she has been very active in helping the student community cracking out the job interviews, especially in these difficult times. I think she's definitely a wonderful connection to have. I would request everyone to go on her LinkedIn after this session and uh, let us bombard her with a lot of other doubts as well. So thank you, Dr. Shubhra, first of all, for joining us.
Thank you so much, Samyak. It's a pleasure to be here. You all have heard about me. I'll tell you a little about Samyak. I've known Samyak for almost a year now. We connected over LinkedIn, and I remember I connected with him because his organization also wanted to help students, and that is what the basis of our bond was. And I'm so proud to see this event Test 21 finally materializing and the fantastic array of speakers that you guys have. I'm sure that you'll get to learn a lot of it. And make sure that you network with all the speakers who have come on board for this session. Really proud of you, Samyak. You're doing a fantastic job. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Shubhra. I think none of this would be possible, won't be possible without your support. So that was really useful. We will start this session now with what is the relation between personal branding, and we are talking about it in the Enthusiastic Summit, right? So techies, which are supposed to be geeks, why is personal branding really important for them? First of all, what is personal branding? If you can talk about it.
Okay, that's a loaded question. There is a lot of information out there on the internet as well. But the richest man in the world, Mr. Jeff Bezos, or is he the second richest? Because Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos keep going up and down. So either first or second richest man in the world, Mr. Jeff Bezos says, personal brand is what people say about you when you leave the room. And in today's world, because our processes are shifting digitally, our jobs are shifting digitally, how teams are interacting with each other, it is shifting digitally. Most of the engineers who are going to be watching this, they're all going to be working most probably in remote teams. They're going to be collaborating with so many people. So around us in today's technological times, we live in the world of scrolling. And when you live in the world of scrolling, the attention span of millennials, me included, and people of our generation, in fact, our industry is very short, 4 to 5 seconds if you are lucky. So, what does it take to make an impact at a recruiter, at a corporate organization, or an investor, even if you want to have your own startup? What does it take to make yourself memorable to them? That is personal branding. That is what it is to have a strong and sustainable personal brand. And the beginning of the journey towards creating this personal brand starts when you are in the college itself. I remember because I was an intern with CI Live project. And the first thing that my team leader told me when I joined was, Shubhra, start creating your personal brand. I was a doctor at that time. मैं पेशेंट देख के आई थी and I was wondering ये personal brand क्या होता है. That is the time when I was thinking of getting my MBA and getting into corporate. But believe me, that advice paid back full time. And that is why, to all the students who are watching this, even who are in high school, this is the time to start creating your personal brands. Opportunities, jobs, and startups, they will come and go. But your personal brand is something that will stay with you throughout. So it is extremely important, specifically in today's scrolling times, to work hard and strategically towards creating a sustainable personal brand. I hope that wasn't too long for you, Samir.
No, 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 no. That was I'm getting more and more questions around it. So
Okay.
now, for specifically for the techies, why exactly we're talking about the personal branding in the Enthusiastic Summit? Why is it important for the techies specifically? How can they make use of it?
That's a really great question. And surprisingly, I go and I have sessions in a lot of techie colleges. I think I'm the only doctor going and visiting them again and again. So I have sessions at all the IITs and at the NITs. So techies are some of the most brilliant people I've ever met. Their strategic thinking, their critical and lateral thinking is amazing. And Indian techies have a brain of gold. The future belongs to them. So one aspect that we are lagging a little behind is projecting or showcasing what we are capable of. I'm sure Samyak, you're from IIT Delhi. You must have met some of the most brilliant batchmates who were there in your college. But what stopped us or what inhibited us from portraying what we are capable of? Because techies are not just techies, they're humans, right? They have a all-round personality. They have different aspects to what makes themselves whole as a human. So portraying the different aspects of your personality, your talent, and what you are capable of. It is extremely important in today's world. Why? Because today's world is run by techies. And the biggest example of someone who built a very strong personal brand is Elon Musk. And I'm sure he's the personal hero of all the techies. So in today's time, and not just because we want to work for FANG and we want to work for the top Googles and the top Facebooks and all the MNCs. Personal branding is important specifically for engineers. Why? Because a lot of what you will be doing in the future is going to matter so much in the coming ages. It is going to affect our societies. And at that time, it is important that these brilliant techies know how to position and portray themselves into the corporate sector. And that is why, students, if you're watching this, start positioning yourself and your brand from right now itself. Over to you, Samir.
Where a single tweet can actually change the dynamics of the trades. The
Signal can go up, WhatsApp can go down. One tweet, that's it.
Yes, so I think that is the power of personal branding. Now, specifically talking about the freshers which are like applying for jobs, and how exactly is personal branding important for them? Most importantly, how do you ensure that, how do I as a fresher ensure that with proper personal branding I'm getting shortlisted in the first place? We are talking in terms of purely from the perspective of getting an HR interview round, a chance to get shortlisted for a personal interview.
That is an amazing question. And I feel that personal branding has incorporated itself into every aspect of the recruitment process. So personal branding alone will not ensure that you get a shortlist, because that is not practical in itself. You do require the specific technical skills that are required. वहाँ पे जाके हम अपना brand दिखा के नहीं बोल सकते हैं that you shortlist us. But in a world where all of the people are having the same technical skills, all of the people are having similar GPAs, and all of them are equally capable, what separates you from the crowd? How do you ensure that the recruiter remembers you or the corporate organization remembers you? This is where personal branding comes in place. And I get a lot of students, especially from engineers or MBA students, who say that we are freshers, we don't have WorkX. See, WorkX, it's not just a job that you do. It could be a project that you're doing. It could be a live project. It could be an internship. There are so many startups that are coming on in today's world. There are so many organizations when I was, when I shifted my career from MBBS to corporate and MBA, at that time I did not have the relevant work experience that I needed. So I did a lot of phases with CEI Live project, which enabled me to solve end-to-end business problems. And at the same time, it enabled me to work towards my country's growth, because I got to help the most disenfranchised sections of the society. And that gave me a pride which I don't think I experienced somewhere else. So again, to all the students who are out there, it's great to be a fresher. I wish I was a fresher all over again. You know why? Because you have something that is most valuable. You have time. You have time to discover what you are good at, what you are passionate about. You have time to try out so many different things. So do not waste your time on Netflix and Amazon right now. Take up as many live projects as you can. Take up 2, 3, 4 internships. You can approach startups and tell them, I want to help you in this. I will work pro bono. I just want the experience. The more projects you are doing, the more live projects you're taking up, the more internships that you are doing with different organizations, the more you're contributing towards your country's nation building, the more you will have your experience. And I'll tell you another thing. The more projects that you do, it will show in the way you are talking during your recruitment interview. A fresher who hasn't done much, when they express their thoughts, when they talk to somebody, when they're talking to their HRs, the way they are, because I've been on the other side as well. So the way they talk to an HR, the way they are expressing their thoughts, you can tell whether they have had that relevant experience. But at the same time, if a fresher is doing as many projects as he can, getting his hands into as many things as he can, then it will show in the way you are communicating with the other person as well. And it is wonderful for corporate exposure. And who knows, you might meet your future co-founder of a unicorn billion-dollar startup when you are taking up these projects. So talk to as many people, do as many projects, and take up as many initiatives as you can. That is the advice I would like to give freshers, Samir.
Yes, I think two important things. One is doing it pro bono, right? So there's this thing in the market that you need to get paid internships if you're not paying. Yes, selecting.
I wasn't paid, and I did it very proudly, and it changed my life.
Yes, yes,
and,
yes. I think more than that, selecting with whom you're going to work is also like really important, specifically when it comes to the unpaid internship. And the other thing that you mentioned about CEI. So for all the people who have joined us, we have two very special guests, the senior leaders, very, very senior leaders joining us at 6 p.m. from CEI. They are associated with CEI. One of them is the CEO of CEI. So we'll be talking about him. We'll be having him here after this discussion. And specifically about the work that CEI is doing and how students can be benefited. I think that is the vision that MyWays also follows. How exactly a student life can be a bit more sorted, because there are a lot of other confusions in the life in general. Going to the next segment, Dr. Shubhra. So when we are talking about acing HR interviews, I'm going to ask you some very difficult questions about what HR specifically asks us. So when I say us, I represent the fresher community out there. So one of the first question is, tell us about yourself. So how do we go about it?
Okay, that's a great question, Samyak. And that is the first question that 98% of us get asked. And this is the biggest opportunity, or this is the biggest sixer that we can throw into that interview. Because tell us about yourself is whatever you want it to be. So obviously it will differ from person to person, the kind of experience that they have. But this is an opportunity to, number one, draw the recruiter in, because they are taking hundreds of interviews every day, right? तो अगर आप वही सेम घिसी-पिटी स्टोरी बताएंगे तो वो बोर हो जाएंगे. That same story that I did my schooling from this city, I did got this much in my 10th, then I took maths, or I took not bio, I took maths for our techies. After taking maths, I got this much in my 12th, and then I did my engineering from this college. These are the kind of projects that I have done. So this is the same kind of narrative that they have heard again and again. So, when people say that, tell me something about yourself, you have to put your story into a structure. So what is this structure? I will give you the basic bones of this structure. Jaise ki you have, branches of a tree, and then you can hang your different experiences or your different parts of your narrative on the branches of that tree. So firstly, it has to have 4 key components. When you say tell me something about yourself, first is obviously you have to portray your skills, right? What you are good at, and those skills should be in alignment to what the job requires, what the job description is. If the job requirement is of coding and I say that, I'm a wonderful dancer, they will not select me. So your skills have to be in alignment with the job requirement. Second is narrative. If you have a notebook and a pen, write this down. This will be very helpful for your job interviews. Second is narrative. How do you tell this? Are you just rattling them off in the form of a bullet point list? That will not engage the recruiter. So when you start, you can say that, my profile is a little different. Or even if you feel my profile is conventional, my story is a little different. Let me tell you about my story. And then you start with your narrative. So number second is narrative. Number third is what you have overcome. You need to have 1 or 2 hooks of some difficulty that you face that you have overcome, because it shows to the recruiter that you have the power of resilience. And number 4, the defining moment. And what do I call the defining moment? It depends on the kind of job that you are applying for. If it is a tech kind of job, then you have to talk about the experience that you have had working in different kinds of tech projects. If it is more in the artistic field, or if it is more in marketing or branding or any kind of entrepreneurial event, so then talk about that. So the 4th one, that is the defining moment, can be molded according to the job description. So make sure that you have a framework on which you base the question of tell me about yourself, because you want to project the most attractive and the most enticing version of yourself to the recruiter. So I hope that answered your question.
Next question, because I guess we are very short of time. I think we would want to get maximum out of you in next 15 minutes that we have with us. So quickly moving on to the next question. The question comes, why should we hire you?
Yeah, that's a very...
What is the perfect answer to that kind of questions?
Okay. So the answer to that question is that there is no perfect answer. Many people ask me this question, why should we hire you? And they think मैं एक जादू की छड़ी दे दूँ. That this is the answer. You tell this to the recruiter, next day you are at Google. That's not true, because a lot of groundwork goes into why should we hire you. And in this question, the amount of effort that you put into researching your company also goes. For example, if you are sitting for an interview of Google, or maybe let's take Samsung. If you are sitting for an interview of Samsung and you have done in-depth research into the kind of projects that they're working at, then you can talk about that, you should be hiring me because I am truly passionate about these kind of coding activities. I'm a true team player, and these are the projects that I have done, which are very similar to ABC projects that are currently running in ABC departments of Samsung. That is the depth of research that you have to do. So now coming to the meaty part of the question, how do you do this research? Because why should we hire you can go either ways, right? Why should we hire you? Because I need a job, because my placement is going on, because all my friends got placed. We can't answer our questions like that. So the more you do research into the company, the more you know about the projects that they're running, the more you know about their annual report. A company annual report is a public access document. It is found on their websites as well. It talks about their portfolio. It talks about their upcoming acquisitions as well. It talks about a lot of businesses that they're into. So this is number 1. Number 2 is talking to the employees of that company. You might have seniors, super seniors, you might have alums, you might have friends of friends who know some people over there. Make sure that you reach out to the alumni or the current employees of that company and ask them, कि कौन से projects चल रहे हैं? What are the different, even if you can't tell me exactly what is going on, I understand they will not be able to tell you exactly what is going on, but some rough idea of the kind of projects that are going on, of the different kind of initiatives that they are working on. The more you do research on the company, the more you know about the kind of work that they are doing, the more you will be able to impress the recruiter that this is what is happening. I know this is happening. I'm capable of being an integral and useful part of this team. And that is why I should be hired by your company. So why should we hire you speaks to more of your ability to do thorough research on the company, as well as the kind of roles you might be put to. You have seniors who might have gotten selected for the same company last year. Reach out to your seniors, ask them, आपने उस एक साल में कितने projects किए? What did those projects consist of? Is there anything specific that I should know about it? Can I do something more to ensure that I fit into these kind of teams? The more you research, the better your answer will go. So I know I did not give a magic wand to answer the question, but believe me, this goes a big way.
Right. I think the only way you can impress an employer is by showing interest in the employer. And by researching, you definitely show that evident interest that you have in joining the company, that you have spent enough efforts in joining the other company.
You went the extra mile. Always go the extra mile. That's very important.
Okay. Now, this interesting question. So these are some questions that are submitted by the registered users, and they say, how do I answer this very boring question of what is something that you can do and 99% of other people cannot? So how do you answer this tricky question?
So see, these kind of questions are rhetorical questions. They do not want an actual answer. They are just checking how well you communicate yourself. They don't expect you to, give a magic trick or tell something that is truly different, that yes, I can bend over backwards or I can do this kind of magic trick. No. The reason recruiters always ask this question is they are trying to check the confidence that you have, because it shakes you a little. कि तुम में वो क्या है जो दूसरों में नहीं है. So at that time, this is the moment where you show humility and confidence. I know humility and confidence are both, going a little in opposite directions, but it is equally important to know how and in which language to answer. So when you get asked these kind of questions, always do not make it personal. I know this is a personal interview and they're asking you personal questions, but do not make it personal. The first thing that you have to say is that, sir, I cannot speak to 99% of the people. I am not a person to speak on their behalf. But when it comes to myself, these A, B, C things are what I'm truly passionate about. And I have the ability to learn and to adapt. These two are the most important attributes that any candidate or employee requires to fit into an organization and to work at their best capability. I'm extremely passionate about this. I became an engineer because I'm passionate about this subject. I have the ability to learn. I'm a voracious learner and I am adaptable. If I'm put into another role, I will adapt to that role. If I'm put into another role, I will adapt to that role. If I have a difficult boss, if I have an easy boss, if I have harder projects, if I have easier projects, I will keep on learning. I will keep on adapting. Do you know why? Because that is how I'm going to grow. And I am going to grow within this organization. Say this line. They really like it. And these are the two kind of magic ones that might help you to answer what you have, which 99% of the other people don't have. And if you actually have something that is truly special, maybe you are like an Olympiad international winner, then maybe you can tell that as well. Because believe me, 99% of us don't have Olympiad gold medals. But believe me, this is more of a rhetorical question, and they are trying to test out how you handle difficult questions and your personality as a whole.
On a lighter note, I got this answer from someone. So the question was, what do you have that 99% others do not have? The person said, I have a blue comb which is broken exactly at 69% of its length. So that was like, so something of that sort, that wit might also attract specific employers, given that you know who you're talking to, and that is what you are going to analyze maybe in the initial 15-20 minutes of the conversation. And in addition to that, I would highly recommend all the users who are there to actually go out and check the personality insights report that we at MyWays we offer to everyone, and under TS, I guess it's provided for free. I would request my team to put on the coupon code on YouTube channel. I think that is going to really help all of you really well. We have received a really good response that is highly personalized, and I think all of those incidents which Dr. Shubhra has mentioned about that unique thing in you, I think it is going to set up base for you to actually introspect on what is so unique about you. I'm sure there are a lot of things which are very unique about you. Quickly moving to the next question, specifically talking about this online era now, online interviews are going on, right? What are certain to-dos that you recommend for the people while they're going for an online interview for them to take care of?
Okay, that's a great question. Believe me, in the upcoming future for quite a while, we will be doing online interviews. Not only because of the current COVID situation that we are, but because they're really cost effective. So it's a very great way of organizations to save their cost, at the same time increasing their efficiency. So a few things that they absolutely have to do while giving an interview, a few basics which I'm sure most of the people already know, that when you are sitting in front of your camera, make sure you're formally dressed, make sure that you sit in front of a window or a lighted source. Also, one thing that I've seen a lot of students do is make sure that your laptop is at your eye level, that it is not down and you are peering into the laptop, because then they can look up your nose. So it has to be at your eye level. Another thing which I have myself seen engineering students do, that when they are in front of a camera giving an interview, they keep looking at their reflection in the small window, thinking मैं कैसा लग रहा हूँ या मैं कैसी लग रही हूँ. But no, you have to not look at that. Make sure that you're looking at the camera, not just the screen, because at the screen I know the examiner or the recruiter is there, so we will look at them behaving that we are sitting face to face. But if you want to actually make eye contact with your recruiter, you have to look at the camera of your webcam. And this is something which I've seen a lot, so this is something I tell to my students. You can put a small sticker next to the camera. Agar aapke ghar mein bindi hai, you can even put a small bindi next to the camera to remind you that you have to look at the camera. Another thing that I always tell students to do is the virtual handshake. When you are doing a face-to-face interview, you go into the room, you smile at them, you take their name, you shake their hand. And the more energetic you are, the more passionate you are, the recruiter can sense that excitement and passion in you. But now you are just somebody who is sitting on the other side of a camera. So you have to take the onus on you to amp up your energy. You have to be more passionate. आप अगर normally ऐसे बैठते हैं तो you have to be more enthusiastic about the chance to interview with them. Be enthusiastic, introduce yourself, say what a pleasure it is to be able to meet them or to talk to them, and be more upbeat in your demeanor, because you cannot virtually shake their hands, but you can at least show how passionate you are, and that is called the virtual handshake. This is a few do's and don'ts. One more very important thing, because this is something that has happened. Make sure that you are dressed in formals throughout. It should not be that we are dressed in formals on the top half and then we are wearing our pajamas in the bottom half. If you are wearing formals, make sure that you wear them throughout. If your recruiter asks you to stand up, make sure you are in a position to stand up. So these are a few very important tips that I hope the engineers benefit from.
Wow, these are really insightful and realistic at the same time. Next question is about that negotiation part in the HR interviews, right? Which sometimes happens. So how should we handle that salary question? What is your expected salary? How do you justify that?
Okay, so see, salaries are industry standards. Most of the time, salaries go by industry standards. This many years, a fresher from a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 college, they have different slabs in which they are given salaries. And it doesn't change that much. So more than the negotiating part, you should know what you should be getting. Because if we ourselves don't know, then you will be at the mercy of the recruiter or the negotiator. So make sure you do proper research, that a candidate with your number of work experience, or if you are a fresher, then in your situation, from the kind of tier of college that you are, with the kind of course that you are doing, because not all courses are paid the same. Engineering has 4 to 5 different streams and specialities, and not all of them are paid the same. So do your research and find out what the industry standard is. And then once you know the industry standards, then you can add 20% more to it and say that this is my expectation, because they will also be negotiating and they will decrease it a little. So then you will come at the industry standards. So when recruiters hire from colleges especially, So this is not about lateral hiring. That is when you're jumping jobs. When the recruiters are hiring from colleges, they have a set slab of salary standards that they hand out to most of the students. So in that, it is important to know what it is. That's it.
Maybe last question from my side, and then if we have time, we'll take maybe a couple of more questions from the audience. Being a college student, how do I boost my profile? Right? What are certain things that I can do and make it more versatile?
That's a good question, Samyak, and this is something that I get asked by a lot of students. So being a college student, number one, we don't have to think that I am too young or I am too junior or I am too inexperienced. In fact, I am lucky because I have so much time to build my personal brand, to explore what I'm passionate about. One thing that I would tell students, who are in colleges is to take up as many live projects as possible. Why? Because they give you an opportunity to work with live business problems. You will be working in the industry or you will be working with the industry. And that experience is invaluable because at the young age of 19, 20, 21, you get to rub shoulders with industry personnel, you get to work on what they are working with. And this will also add on to your experience because if you are someone who is a fresher, then working and taking up live projects and taking up internships is a huge part. Number two, it will also enable you to find out what you're passionate about. See, when you are 17 or 18, we take up our streams, we take up being a doctor or an engineer or a lawyer. But at that young age, sometimes it is very difficult to know what we are passionate about, what we are good at. It took me so many years to pivot from medicine to marketing, but it was the best move that I made. So doing a lot of different kinds of projects will definitely give you that exposure that you are looking at. And again, you might meet the co-founder of your next billion-dollar startup. So make sure you take up live projects. I did a lot of phases with the CI live project, which the industry leaders will be talking to you about after this session. So go out, explore as much as you can, and I wish you all the best in your upcoming placement.
Sure. I think because we are running out of time, we'll just take one last final question, which is on a very common question of discovering your strengths and weaknesses, asking for your strengths and weaknesses. So tell me about your strengths and more importantly, the weaknesses. How do we deal with that?
Okay. See, in this, the tricky part is mostly the weaknesses because a lot of students ask me, कि हम क्या बताएं, हम सच बता दें क्या? So see, truth, there are different aspects of it, right? So the weaknesses that you are telling, they have to have elements of truth in it because you cannot directly I'll say faff or bluff over there. So you have to be a little honest about what your weaknesses are because this is an organization that you hope to work with, right? It is like a marriage negotiation. You have to know the other party and the other party has to know you. So be a little honest and open about your weaknesses. But at the same time, you have to tell them what you are doing to ensure that you are overcoming those weaknesses. For example, because I'll give you an example. So if they ask you that what is your weakness, you can say, suppose if you're an introvert or a shy person, you can say that I've had some trouble in public speaking, I've had some trouble in asking for what I want or communicating effectively. So to ensure that that does not hinder me, I have joined my local Toastmasters or I have joined ABC committee, which ensures that I get as much public speaking experience as I can. And that is why I'm very proud to say that I am a pretty good public speaker currently. So this is how you answer a question of weakness. For example, if you give your weakness as, I get sometimes overwhelmed when I have too many things going on. So multitasking is an issue with me currently because it gets overwhelming and the deadline is coming and then I freeze sometimes. You can rephrase it into your own words. Don't make it very graphic or the recruiter might get scared. But the gist of it is time management, right? So when you want to tell them like that, you start by that. If I'm doing a lot of things and multitasking might become a little overwhelming for me. So now to overcome that, I make sure that I organize my day daily. I organize my lists, I keep a timetable and I stick to it. I allot specific time for specific things in my timetable. And if I'm not able to finish it in that time, I go to the next task. And then later I come back to the task which I'm supposed to finish. Because sometimes, what happens, we get stuck in tasks. and we want to be perfectionist and we want it to be perfect, तो हम अटक जाते हैं. So you have to tell the recruiter what you are doing side by side to overcome your weakness as well. For strengths, I would like to tell one more thing to students. If you are telling your strength, you have to follow up with an example, with a real life example. For example, if you're telling that my strengths are organizing people and public speaking, I have leadership strengths, then you have to give them an example. So this is portrayed by in my college or in my first year or my second year. I organized this initiative which consisted of 50 to 60 students, and together we performed this activity which generated this result. So when you are saying a strength, you have to follow it up with an example. When you are saying a weakness, you have to follow it up with what you are doing to overcome that weakness. And if you follow this structure, then any kind of answer, whatever you are saying, it will be really appreciated by the recruiter. I think this answers that question, Samir.
Yes. I think I really hope that we had more time to discuss. So yes, I think. So we have the next speakers joining us now. So thanks a lot, Dr. Shubhra. For next speaker keynote session, we have Mr. Suman Kalyan talking about the global reshaping of careers through AI. He has immense experience in the industry, and I'm also going backstage and I'll be listening to him talking, and I'll have a lot of questions for him. I'll put them across to Sujikar, who is the Chief Business Officer at MyWays, and he'll be moderating this session. Thanks a lot, Dr. Shubhra. We have a special guest also joining us soon. So stay tuned. All of us will be back live again after a 2-minute break. Thank you, Dr. Shubhra. Thanks a lot for taking out.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, and most importantly, I invite everyone to be part of this keynote session as a big hi to this wonderful 1 week set of events which we did as our operational anniversary celebrations, 1 year operational anniversary celebrations, and the entire student community and the candidate community along with the employers have shown more than expected participation, and even though this is a exam period, exam season as such, April and May, for both for the closed door sessions as well as for these open sessions, the response which we are having and also the questions which are being asked, very happy as an organizing team we are, and in order to end this entire event on a very high, we have two eminent personalities with us for this keynote session here. We have Sahil Lahriji, who is CEO of CEI, Confederation of Empowerment Initiatives, whose work actually is very diverse in nature, starting from women empowerment till the support or actually mentoring of suitable tech students, okay, in landing up in dream jobs or starting their career as such. So I felt Sahil Lahriji would be the right person to introduce Mr. Suman Kalyan ji to us, who is joining us from Canada to be this keynote speaker, specifically talking about the disruption of AI in terms of job landscape, both in India as well as worldwide. Guys, please let's keep this session as interactive as possible moving forward. So waiting for all the participants to put in all your questions, whatever they are. I think this is the right moment for all of us to, this is kind of a session where it's up to us to absorb as much as we can. We have a lot of experience and then eminence here. Having said this, let me hand over the stage to Sahil Lahriji. Sahil Lahriji, if you can please introduce about CI for a while, and then most importantly about Suman Kalyanji, and we'll take it forward from there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reddy. So, good evening, everyone. Namaskar. Myself, I am sharing my screen. I hope the slide is visible. My name is Salil Lahiri, also known as Shri Bhaiji, the Chief Executive Officer of CEI. And you heard various senior CEI leaders today. You heard Dr. Shubhra ji, one of our senior CEI leader. Now you are going to hear from Suman Kalyan ji, another one of our senior CEI leader. And as rightly said by Mr. Reddy, CEI is working in various areas, right from the empowerment of the most backward and disenfranchised sections to helping the student, the youth like yourselves, get guidance, mentorship, industry guidance, placement support, career guidance support, etc. Just very briefly, CEI is helping achieve various SDG targets, Sustainable United Nations Sustainable Development Goals target, and we are working mainly in no poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, then industry innovation, infrastructure, decent work, economic growth, clean water, sanitation, clean energy, etc. And through our senior industry stalwarts who are associated with CEI, we help students learn how we do this, how we form international partnerships, how CEI has formed international collaborations with, trade organizations, international trade organizations such as British Water, how CEI facilitates strategic tie-ups between ministries such as Jal Shakti and British Water. Because today's era is all about forming stakeholdership, forming collaborations, and CEI specializes in building niche collaborations or furthering our empowerment goals and our development goals. How we do this, we tell this, and much of this students are going to learn today through actually Suman Kalyanji, whom I will be introducing. Because one of the key area, as rightly said by Mr. Reddy ji, is that we, CEI, help students to basically become industry leaders in this post-COVID industry, and we also help them to get lifelong mentorship from industry stalwarts, domain experts of their own respective verticals. So let me just briefly introduce who all are there with CEI as associated with CEI. We have Shri Madan Gosavi ji, one of the foremost stalwarts, as you can see on the screen, of our Indian judiciary. So currently judicial member at NCLT Ahmedabad. Justice Dilip Bhunde ji, President of Maharashtra Judges Association. Shiv Kheda ji, guest speaker with CEI, a world-renowned best-selling author and corporate trainer. Sujoy Kumar ji, another one of our senior CEI leader, AI stalwart, alumnus from IIT Kharagpur, and he was also the ex-senior software scientist at the prestigious Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. He has worked at DRDO also, and he has worked with Professor P.J. Narayanan. So P.J. Narayanan is the world-renowned AI leader under whom Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google, has also done his own internship. And Jas Solji, venture capitalist based out of UK, angel investor and venture capitalist. And KVJ Krishnamurthy ji, the world-renowned scientist at the Anna University, Chennai, and expert at vibrational spectroscopy, Raman effect, etc. Integration of these areas with AI, nanotechnology, Pratik Agji, senior corporate strategy leader, and various such industry stalwarts who are associated with us from Amazon and from all the top Fortune 500 companies and venture capitalists and industrialists. Coming to Shri Suman Kalyanji. Suman Kalyanji today will be interacting. This is an interactive session. And before I conclude my brief talk, you will be getting a link of CEI Live project, the registration link of CEI Live project in the chat box, because our objective is not just limited to this one monologuous session and we go away. That's not the objective. Ours is a lifelong association, because this is our key focus area, to provide such industry mentorship to students, to help give them customized guidance and mentorship, which you will get through CEI Live project, which is an online internship come upskilling program for students. And in past 1 year only, especially during the COVID period, when the jobs dried up and all those things, CEI Live project helped many students get placed, many students start their own entrepreneurship venture, many students find their path of their own empowerment in their life through the mentorship of such industry leaders. Suman Kalyanji, let me introduce him. Suman Kalyanji is an alumnus of IIT Madras and a global stalwart in the field of artificial intelligence. He is leading the AI vertical of an Israeli multinational company of advanced technology and AI. It's called NES Digital Engineering. He's also an international recruiter, and he has patents to his name in the area of machine learning and federated learning and all such advanced areas. In our CI Live project, people who perform well, we provide one-on-one guidance, and if you excel, then we also provide such industry references and placement support and basically career optimization and acceleration guidance also. So the registration link, I believe, is shared with you. Those of you are interested, the students can register. And what Suman Kalyanji will be sharing with you now, it will be an interactive session. You're free to ask your own questions, free to learn from his own journey, how being an IIT Madras BTech student, how he ended up here, and how he sees the world of AI changing in the coming times of fourth industrial revolution and the coming disruptive times. So it will be a very learning session. It will be a very life transforming session. So pay utmost attention, ask your questions, and hope to see you all again in our CI program of live project. So that's all from my side. And now I would like to invite Shri Suman Kalyanji Bhai sir to take this session forward. Namaskar.
Thank you, Salil Bhaji. Did you have a word to say, Sujikar ji, before I start?
Yeah, I would like to thank Sahil Lahariji for the introduction of CI and Suman Kalyanji. And yeah, I think Sahil Lahariji, we can be in terms of a student and candidate, especially in the tech domain at this moment, in their career journey, maybe there is definite alignment between CI and what MyWays can work towards. And we'll definitely take it forward, Lahariji. And welcome, Suman Kalyanji. And thanks a lot for accepting our invitation at a very short notice. And then here we are. And Suman Kalyanji is joining us from Canada at the moment. So to start it, Sumanji, your entire journey itself, be it from IIT Madras, where you did your undergraduate in naval architecture, and then followed up with MS in forecasting, and from there on, be it product development, be it business development, be it strategy positioning of various enterprise related tech solutions, and even being a consultant, and now associating yourself with an Israeli company which has its internal I think foot. In this entire journey, if you can please take us through how it had been. And I think you have seen through this technology bubble in 2000, or maybe that innovation, and then now we are talking about the next fourth industrial revolution, as Sahilji said, AI playing a major role. And in these 30 years, now we are standing at a place where Suman Kalyanji is again pioneering in terms of AI, which is the latest technology. So how could you be so agile? And it will be, I think, a great insight for all of us, your career path till now.
Thank you. Thank you, Sujikar. And thank you, Salil Sri Bhaji, for the kind introduction. And welcome this opportunity to speak today, share my thoughts on AI. And I've had a career of almost 23 years now and running in the domain of AI. And it's been a nice journey. And mostly it's been a very interesting journey. So I'm going to share my journey on what led me to this point. And as Sujikar was talking about, how this journey started first with my admission into IIT, and how by accident I came into this domain, but I consolidated, and why I am where I am at this point of time. It was not all by design, but I think one thing led to the other, which things happening at the right time, and how I landed up in this domain. It's an interesting story in itself. But before that, let me just start off on a lighter note. I think I know Sujikar ji was saying he was talking about
please take the liberty of calling me Sujikar.
Sujikar, okay. So Sujikar was talking about the examination time. So I know these could be jittery for some, and then think, okay, how am I going to do in my exams? And my guess is most of you guys listening to this live are pre-final and the final year students across different streams, across different probably engineering, economics, finance, commerce, maybe different streams that you're coming from. And to start off on a lighter note, I mean, examination is something that, if I remember, it's been like ages since I've taken an examination. And the sort of examination where you study and you have to do enough to excel, or as the case may be, pass an examination. And I would always be, amongst all my friends, I would be somebody who would be the most peaceful, most calm, and I would be like playing games, and I would be like completely at ease, completely relaxed. And people used to wonder, how come you're not stressed out? I mean, you look like completely, you go for a movie, and how is that? So the secret was really, I think that was when the AI really started in a certain sense, because I would look at all of these question papers, try to analyze and try to predict what do you think might come my way. I think that's how I used to approach examinations, looking at it the smart way as opposed to reading everything. I mean, I'm not the kind of person who would sit down and study everything. I would say, okay, I need to read enough. And I think I was lucky, and probably my analysis was pretty good, that I was able to predict.
Maybe AI came naturally to you.
Yeah, exactly. So I was kind of in more often than not, I was able to predict what do you think might come my way. And so that kind of helped me. I mean, I would not claim I was the topper in my class, but I did enough to pass and maybe did better than that. So I think that was on the lighter vein. So it was very relaxing for me during examination, because one of the key lessons learned, really, jokes apart, is being able to work smart as opposed to working hard. I mean, working hard plus smart is great. I mean, that's the best. But working smart is absolutely essential, because you really want to go on a path which is outcome driven, where you know what the outcome you're trying to seek and make sure you are channelizing all your energies towards achieving those outcomes. So that's one of the first lessons I learned in life. Now, the journey when it started from IIT, when I got my admission into, based on my rank, I had 2 or 3 subjects that were available to me in IIT. I think Naval Arch was one amongst them. And I decided to take up naval architecture because A, it sounded cool. B, I thought, wow, this shipbuilding, and I was always fascinated with ships and boats in my life. So
I think IIT Madras is the only place which gives degree on naval architecture, right?
Yes, absolutely. I think Kharagpur as well.
Okay, only 2. Yeah,
yes, absolutely, Srikant. So I joined that, and it was a great course, very, very mathematical, and it was a tough course. It was not an easy course. As you can imagine, it was mechanical engineering. You not only had to study all of the coursework that mechanical engineering students did, but over on top of that, subjects like hydrodynamics, being able, propeller design, and all those sort of things which are more specific to naval architecture. So after I graduated from naval architecture, I had a decision to make, and that's probably the decision that all of you are. You have to make up your mind where to go next. And all of my friends, the conventional wisdom was during those days, okay, you're from IIT, you need to apply app and go abroad, right? That was a conventional wisdom. Or the second path was, should I do an MBA? Now, both of these paths didn't appeal to me, frankly. First thing is, I don't know why I should be going abroad, because I felt that our Indian government, having invested so much in me, I wanted to give something back to the country for sure. So there was a deep desire to not just go away just because you're okay, I had this IIT, I need to go abroad. I didn't appeal to me much. And MBA, not really too much at that time, because I felt that IIT had trained me for a career in technology. I said, I'm not going to do justice to my degree if I get into MBA. Maybe I might do an MBA at some point of time in my life, but it didn't really appeal to me. But in my BTech, there was one course that in particular appealed to me a lot. It was a course in probability and statistics. That I kind of really connected to that, because I could see that how probability and statistics played into real life in terms of how you may predict. When you're trying to predict something, you can only predict with a certain degree of confidence. And there was a statistical approach behind So that appealed to me because that seemed very real to me in terms of, because I felt in life there are situations where things work, things do not work. So it's full of possibilities. So I realized that statistics was one very important discipline which related to every other field that I could. So I said, okay, look, I'm going to take this up. So, and I continued my education in IT. So I signed up for a master's in forecasting because I thought that was a logical extension of my interest in probability and statistics. So while I was going through this course of a master's by research in the area of forecasting, that's when I got introduced to AI for the first time. There was a course offered by the computer science department. It was called Introduction to Neural Networks. And that course really fascinated me. So I decided to take that up after figuring out what this course was about. And I really fascinated me that when I understood that they were trying to use models of human brain, of neuroscience, to see how you could use that as a foundation for creating an intelligent systems. So far, till that point of time, AI was more like a kind of a generalized concept where they were looking at a generalized artificial intelligence, and they had limited success because till that point of time, they were all these rules-based systems. And then when they figured out that real life is so complex that you actually cannot have rules-based system to mimic intelligence, this to me sounded very fascinating because it was approaching the problem like a human brain would process information. I think I really liked that, connected to that concept. So I took that course. I didn't need to. Actually, I didn't really need to. I just audited that course purely out of interest. And I'm glad I did that because that really set me off on a new journey. I really loved the course. And then I decided to use part of the neural networks in my own research into forecasting. So I think that's where Srikar, you were talking about forecasting. So that's where I first introduced AI during those times into how do I use neural networks and this basically artificial neural networks to be able to do much better forecasting than all of the forecasting models that were existing at that point of time. So that's how it started. And I think it was a well appreciated thesis. And after I graduated from there, I think my first job too, I wanted to continue my job in machine learning. So in my first job, I found a very interesting offer from Satyam Computers at that time. It's a discredited organization today, but it was
it is Tech Mahindra now.
Yeah, it is Tech Mahindra
now. But it was one of the pioneering software service organizations in India to start.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Srikar. So I think the late 90s specifically, it was riding on a high. Satyam was riding on a high.
Yes.
They had some really interesting projects, and there was one of those needs in Satyam that really fascinated me. They were looking for somebody with a neural networks background and who could do software, who could write code as well. And as you can imagine, because of my research, I did end up learning coding as well at the time to be able to implement all of these AI algorithms. So I kind of had a little bit of a coding experience, if you will, before I applied for this job. So I think I kind of fit that very well because they're looking for somebody who could write code and also be able to implement AI. So I think I spent a couple of years of time just building products based on machine learning, implementing all of these algorithms. I spent the first couple of years of time.
So I think, sorry, Sumanji. I think.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I mean, maybe many of us, including me, would be of the opinion that AI is as a concept, as a technology is very new. Okay, maybe after 2010. Okay, year 2010. However, here we are listening from you that you started from the moment you wanted to be in a professional system on AI itself. So this is like an enlightening moment for all of us. Okay, this is something which is very old, maybe found its prominence now.
Yes, no, absolutely. Srikar, actually the response to your question is it's just not 1990s. You know, the journey of AI really started in 1950s, actually. A lot of people don't know that. So it all started with a couple of remarkable people. One of them was called Alan Turing. And the second influential person was called Marvin Minsky. Now, very interesting people. Now, this started really in 1950s. So Alan Turing came up with this computing machine, generalized computing machine. And he was considered the father of computer science. He was also considered the father of AI. And so Srikar, I'm not sure whether you watched this movie called The Imitation Game, which is a very, very well done movie. And that really is a story of Alan Turing about how he cracked. He also was into cryptography, AI, computer science, numerical optimization. He was a genius.
So
And
I
then,
think,
yeah,
sorry. So I think this brings to this particular scenario of maybe the infrastructure development of late and the usage of internet becoming very close to most of the population in the world, I think has fastened the things and maybe got this AI को push किया, but I think its journey started somewhere in 1950s as we see it right now.
yeah, absolutely correct.
And
So
I think,
while
carry
Minsky
on.
and Alan Turing, as you pointed out, Srikar, as these two gentlemen started in 1950s, but you're right. What really accelerated this entire AI movement was compute. I mean, in one word, compute, storage. This really triggered the revolution because even when I was doing my master's, all the algorithms and the theoretical framework was already in place by then. The foundation for AI was already laid by the time it was 1990s. However, we didn't have enough compute. We didn't have such compute environments during that time, which allowed somebody to apply these large neural networks to problems with where the data was very huge.
Yes.
And that's where the true value was. And they could not apply that. And so for a long time, it existed more in as a theoretical computer science discipline, where it was to do that as a course, but people say, hey, look, this is great, but how much is it practical? Can you really apply that? So that comes back to your observation that since only in the last 10, 15 years, once all of this entire compute took off, your storage became much cheaper.
And even cloud computing came into picture. Now these days, internet getting very accessible, super fast.
Yeah, exactly. So all of these kind of led towards now AI becoming mainstream, right? But interestingly, the theoretical framework was already there in place by
now it is very evident that your travel with AI was from last 23 years. So we can even see that when you're trying to explain things in terms of AI, there is that deep understanding which is coming into picture on the face of it. So so that having to applying that experience, and maybe from your viewpoint, if you can let us know at this moment, even though AI is considered as the fourth industrial revolution or taking its central role in technology propagation, major people, if we consider the student community who are about to get into professionals as someone from elite institutions who wanted to be entrepreneurs as one set, and then someone who from elite institutions want to get into job, and there are other set of students who have to fight it out in order to find their space, when compared to the other two categories. From these students' perspective, at this moment, as we were discussing earlier also, there seems to be a perceived or imaginary barrier for all these people to venture into AI as their first step. So from your experience, can you let us know, is such barrier really exist, or is it imaginary? First of all, the second thing is, even though if there is a barrier, even if it is big or small, how these people to cross it and then see their future in AI?
No, very good question, Srikar. So let me try to explain what those barriers are. Very good question, because barrier does exist. And I want to talk about what that perceived barrier is and how do students overcome it. But before I get to that, in terms of, let me, if you don't mind, making a quick point on why AI is important today is actually really a moot point today, because you see evidence of AI everywhere. I mean, if you go to Google search and hit a Google search, there is AI happening in the background. You go for a shopping experience on Amazon or any of those, there is AI working behind the scenes. You go to Netflix to watch content, and there is an AI algorithm that is constantly trying to understand you. So everything that you interact with in life today is becoming more and more smarter in a certain sense, and there is AI behind it. So in a sense, you could argue that AI is already there. It has disrupted already. It's already around you. It's already around you in your daily life, and it is already beginning to impact everybody's daily life. So there is obviously everybody has to understand what this AI is, how do they interact with it, and how does it impact in the future. So clearly, you need to understand that. Now, in terms of the barriers, so Srikar, the barriers are this, right? A lot of people, first barrier is people tend to think It is very abstract. It is very mathematical. I probably will not be, people might think, hey, you know what, I probably will not be able to handle this. I need to spend years understanding math, maybe getting a degree in math to be able to understand. That is one barrier, number one.
Yeah.
And to that, I say that it is actually not as much as a barrier that you think it is. And let me put it that way. So, and why am I saying this? The math itself, mostly students from STEM disciplines who are coming from a STEM and kind of a technical background, math is not a barrier. For them, it is less of a barrier, let me put it that way. But on the other hand, the level of math that you really need for being a successful, let me call it data scientist, if you will, because that is one of those roles that actually got created due to AI revolution. Now, every company has data scientists today. The level of math is really university level. And that kind of university level math, whether you are from a commerce background, you're from economic background, you are from computer background, engineering background, any of those, unless you are from a completely arts background in which you have absolutely no exposure to math at all, basic level of university math is actually good enough for you to build a foundation.
Okay.
That is a perceived, and it's not hard to solve it. Today, Srikar, learning, the paradigm of learning has changed today. You no longer, suppose somebody needs to get into AI and they feel, okay, look, I must upgrade my basic math skills. You don't have to go back to university anymore. You don't have to spend 2 years getting an MS program in data science, or you don't have to get an MS program in computer science to be a data scientist.
Yes.
All you need is a basic understanding that I need a basic level of math. Today, there are enough dime a dozen resources out in the internet for you. That sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I was talking about, these sources which they have, online sources which they can apply to, and in 2-3 months they can well verse themselves with becoming a data scientist or whatever it is.
Yes, correct. So that math is really not a barrier. I think that's what I wanted to get out of the way first.
Yeah.
And even for somebody who is not from a traditional STEM kind of discipline, I mean, imagine I have somebody on the call today, Dr. Shubhra, who was the previous speaker. He was training to be a medical doctor.
Mm-hmm.
But then she had to relearn math. I mean, she's coming from a background in which she was supposed to get into healthcare, but she pivoted in her life, learned math, enough math for her to be able to handle math, maybe not towards AI, but enough of sophisticated math to be able to get into marketing, do analysis, work with analytics, which itself requires I would say, fairly high skill, high level of math. So it's possible. I think it's a question of how do you get to that point? Are you motivated enough to be able to go and make that effort towards actually learning that kind of math? That is the first barrier, and I think it can be solved. From my experience, I've seen. So while you will see a lot of data science professionals in the industry today with MS and PhD backgrounds in math, computer science, or data science, which itself actually has got created as a new stream, both at undergrad and postgrad levels nowadays. But the point that I'm trying to make is, you can either train to be a very theoretical kind of data scientist into building algorithms from scratch if you come from these sort of backgrounds. But remember, in AI too, there are two. You can be a theoretician in terms of inventing new algorithms, inventing new ways of understanding data, or you can be a practical applied data scientist where you can take a concept and apply it. So that kind of, let me say, and most of what the industry needs today, they need both, of course. Now, there will be a need for very theoretical kind of data scientists in really high-end tech for very specialized jobs, but I would say 90 to 95% of the jobs that I have seen across multiple industry verticals, whether it's telecom, healthcare, retail, or any of these big industries, the need is really for somebody who can very practically apply this. Very practically. Got disconnected.
Yeah, sorry. Sumanji, I think we lost you for a bit of 10 seconds or so. You can please continue.
So yeah, Srikar. So the point I'm making is, whatever, regardless of what background that you may come from, you can make those efforts to cross that barrier of math, number one. Now, how about other barrier which I hear student ask me, oh, I don't have any work experience in this. Why do you think somebody is going to consider me or entertain my job request, right? Now, this is a good question. Now, the answer to that is really not, it is like any other job that you're applying to. I mean, the question is, okay, do you have certain experience in this or not? Now, to be able to answer that question, the way to do that is what we do that is one of the reasons I do a lot of kind of a course, sessions, if you will, coursework with students where I kind of walk them through. If you practically wanted to skill yourself, not only just the technical side of how to apply these algorithms, but take some practical use cases that you can actually build on your own, and you build something like hobbyist, like, if you will. So there is a certain point, there is a certain phase where you have to call yourself an AI hobbyist, if you will. So as an AI hobbyist, can I take up some of the data and build some models myself in which I can actually go to an interview and demonstrate and say, look, this is what I did. I improved on the performance. One good example. There is a portal called Kaggle.com, Kaggle, and these guys hold competitions. Any amateur data scientist, hobbyist can go into that portal. In fact, there's prize money as well. In fact, there are leaderboards. You can compete with different people around the world, and you can build your own data science models, submit your models. And if you go to Kaggle.com, I mean, I would urge you all to go and register in Kaggle.com if you already haven't done that. It's an excellent portal.
Yeah, Kaggle.com. If you can spell, I think it would be they can write it down.
Let me just type it into the live chat. That's right.
Yeah,
this is something that absolutely I would encourage you to go and sign up for this. Not only a great resource for learning data science, but allows you to be part of their leaderboards, be part of their projects, and if you're able to build good models which rank very well, and you could also get to a situation where you actually can win prize money. But regardless of whether you win prize money or not, there's a huge learning experience of work that you do on this. Now, also, this barrier can be crossed in another way as well, Srikar.
I think talking about the other option of crossing this barrier, if I can just extend this from this particular barrier, saying that, okay, as a hobby, they can maybe become a data scientist or work on these kind of projects. Now, as we are entering more into a tech-driven world, and these days every company is being called a technology-based company, irrespective of wherever they are, whatever they are doing. Okay. So in this scenario, for the students who are just coming out at this moment into the professional world, what are the minimum technological skill sets they need to possess, along with maybe this being as hobbies? Earlier, I think maybe during your time it was car driving, swimming, all this are some of the skill sets, or maybe some of these hobbies which people have, they can pursue to be good things. So this way, moving forward for these people, what are those technological skill sets?
Excellent. Great question, Sujikar. Fantastic question. So, Sujikar, very right. One thing good you pointed out in this question is, great, math, as a hobbyist, you can work with all this, but what are those technology components that you need to know? Very good. So I'll answer the question in two parts. Today, in the job market, I will talk about what kind of roles or skills they are looking for from a technology perspective. And the second part of the answer, I can talk to you about how do you go and acquire those skills.
Please.
So let me do that. Will answer your question. First is, today in the job market, if you are looking for a data science job, I think first thing I've already said, you don't need to be a PhD in math. You don't need to be an MS in math or any of those data science. That's you got that part of it.
Yes.
Now, from a technology perspective, today the kind of jobs that a data scientist is definitely is one role that you keep hearing, and everybody wants to be a data scientist. Now, remember, data scientist is not necessarily a software engineer as well. Data scientist is not expected to be a great software engineer. Being a great software engineer, being able to develop code as according to the best software engineering practice is really nice to have, but I would say it's not a must-have, because a job of a data scientist is to analyze the business, to see how can I improve certain business metrics based on AI, know enough technology to be able to conduct experiments, know enough technology to be able to build models, but there are other roles, like there is a role called machine learning engineer, ML engineer.
Yes.
Now, machine learning engineers are actually more in demand nowadays compared to data scientists because their level of technology skills, whether it's Python, whether it's Java, I mean, these are two of those languages that are popularly used, and I would say Python at the top of the list. That is the platform that is de facto standard for data science and AI today. And so ML engineers are more, I would say, they come from more of a software engineering background who have got into data science. So they are approaching data science, they're already coming from a very technical Python background as a software engineer. They are slapping on data science skills on top of that, and that makes them marketable for a ML engineer kind of role. Now, there's another role called, which you will keep hearing, called DevOps, ML Ops, and these kind of roles. So these kind of roles are for all those professionals who are not necessarily now looking at a development point of view, but how do you create these AI systems at scale that operate flawlessly and seamlessly? How do you make it a painless experience for organizations to adopt AI and without things breaking? And how do you create seamless and trouble-free systems? So that they kind of approach the problem very differently. Now, based on whatever background you're coming from, Sujikar, suppose you are going for a data scientist, then your path would be, you just have to know enough of coding, Python, if you will, and the same way that you go to Kaggle, Python is something which is actually, I would say, is a very simple language to learn for being able to write code. It is not as complex as computer languages like C, C++, and Java used to be in the past, because they are far more complex, they are far more rigid, strongly typed languages. Whereas Python is more loose, basically meant for somebody to get busy very fast, to learn very fast. So Python is something that you can, as a hobbyist, I would
Python
suggest.
is something which anyone can learn very easily. We say it will be very useful.
Yeah, absolutely. No, in fact, I do, when I teach data science courses, I also do teach data science courses. I kind of take an approach of just teaching enough Python for you to be dangerous as a data scientist. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
Enough Python to be dangerous. You don't have to be an expert at Python. Now, just to be dangerous, you need to know a few things well. How do you handle data structures? Okay. How do you handle large volumes of data? How do you work with matrices? There are 5 or 6 things like that you need to know well, and that doesn't take very long to learn. So I usually teach courses in such a way, I don't really separate out saying the language from the core data science concept. To me, both of them go together. It's a language of expression. So what I do is I just introduce just enough Python for people to be dangerous so that you can train as a data scientist. Now, somebody wants to train as an ML engineer, a barrier for entry is slightly high for somebody who's come a complete non-software kind of background, because this is really highly technical. So I would suggest that always look at things like data analysis. And of course, there are other roles that you should consider as well in this entire AI space, right? AI is just not about being a data scientist. You can also be a expert on visualizations too. I mean, that is part of the mainstream analytics, but to get to data science, analytics is also a great stepping stone. For that, you don't need to be expert, you don't need to be an expert programmer. But you should be able to work with, all you need is just have enough graphing skills, if you will. That's like really basic graphing skills. How do you develop bar charts, histograms, and all of these? And how do you use tools in the market like Power BI and Tableaus of the world to be able to learn how actually to do this visualization, which is again not a barrier for entry, is not very high. So I think, all I'm saying is, from a technology perspective, it's, if you are getting to be a data scientist, I would say don't have to worry so much about technology. The learning that you have is enough Python to be dangerous. You, of course, as part of being a data scientist, you will also learn some frameworks today like TensorFlow, PyTorch, and some of these popular frameworks that is typically applied for model building, and that's enough to get you started. Now,
yeah, got your point, Suman. Yeah. I think for a data scientist, the barriers are lower. For machine learning engineer, maybe they are a bit higher in a way. But at this moment in the present educational ecosystem, we have proper opportunities to well verse ourselves and then take it forward from there.
Yes.
Now, extending a little bit more, increasing the pie a little bit more in terms of overview. If you are talking about technology domain-based jobs, be it web development, be it mobile app development, be it DevOps, be it software engineering, and even data science and associated roles, moving forward in next 10 years, can we have an overview of what percentage of jobs, for example, 100% occupies this entire tech domain, maybe web development will hold 30% of the jobs, or data science will hold those many percent. Can we have a perspective of that?
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. So let's see what will happen to some of those mainstream, let's say engineering jobs, if you will, the mainstream software engineering.
Yes.
Now, web development is an interesting example, Sujikarji, and you already know that web development is getting more and more to a situation where even non-technical people can start developing their own websites, and we are already at that point today, as you can see.
Yes.
And let's say 15 years back, you needed to know JavaScript, you needed to know all these server-side Java frameworks, and go through a long project for you to even get a basic website together. Today, basic website, I can just go and there are dime and dozen tools around for me to very quickly put a website together.
Yes. Just take HTML sheets or some images, put in the right information. We are done with a website in 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So it is getting to such a point. Now, of course, of web development, I think where people are focusing more on the creative side of it. How do I present a website that has maximum outreach? How do I get my digital marketing efforts through my website? That's a different problem, and that requires a different set of skills. Now, in terms of the mainstream, I think software itself, if you see, there is some very interesting work that is happening in AI now, which will kind of minimize the need for you to be an expert programmer anymore. I mean, that will kind of start reducing where you will increasingly see the level of software expertise, actually that requirement kind of go down, because in the future, AI will, now today I'm seeing, for example, let me take an example. There is a model today in the industry called GPT-3. It's called GPT-3, and it was initially started by Elon Musk and as part of the Open AI Alliance. And today they spent around $12 to $15 million building a model, and they trained that model on everything that they could find on the internet. That's how big that model is. It's called GPT-3. And it does some amazing things. Now, one of those amazing things that they're trying it for is, can I apply this to code? Because code at the end of the day is also a language, right? See, they train GPT-3 on all the human language or the natural language that you find on the internet. But we are trying to apply that on the very the foundation of programming, which is the language. Can I apply this in language? Can I generate language? So for example, in the future, I would see in the next 10-15 years, you go to a point where developers don't need to go from this. They will have so many of these frameworks which are attached to natural language processing. So if you are a logical thinker, just using pseudocode and a certain level of commands, I should be actually able to generate code.
Okay, so yeah, I think so. From web development now becoming anyone's job, even coding is going to become anyone's job moving forward. Maybe in another 3-4 years.
We are moving towards that situation. And not only that, I'm going to say that at some point of time in the future, even a sort of data scientist job also is going to change. See, today, data scientist job predominantly is about building models, understanding business problems, working with models, doing all of these different experiments. So data scientists are also today becoming very domain experts also, if you will, because without understanding the nature of the business, it's hard to build artificial intelligence models for those. But interestingly, what will happen in the data science? So today, there's an entire field emerging in AI called AutoML, auto machine learning, where can I automate the process of actually even building a model? Why do I need a data scientist to manually spend all those hours cleaning up data, be able to build models manually? Why can't I automate that process where I present data to an algorithm, and the algorithm is able to figure out what is the best set of hyperparameters, or maybe even the best fit for a specific algorithm, or a combination of these different AI algorithms to be able to solve a specific problem. So the nature of a data scientist also will change, because then he'll data science will become more of a kind of a, think of it like a project manager for data science who's just overseeing all these experiments.
Yes. So I think from what you say, I clearly understand that whichever profile you are in at this moment, okay, be it web development, be it data scientist, whatever it is, be ready for disruption. It is gonna happen. It is gonna happen very fast, and so be agile there. Okay, it's not about you're not guaranteed with the technologies which you know at this moment sustain you through the life, like what our fathers or forefathers generally in the engineering jobs then they had were able to do. But I think here we need to be agile enough to shift to new technologies and requirements as and they come up, right? I think that is what.
No, in fact, the discussion that we are seeing, Sujika, I think it will be very interesting for the audience that are listening to it, is not just in these engineering, software engineering jobs, right? The disruption is across the board. See, if you are, let's say you're going for a sales career, you want to go for a marketing career, all of these fields are going to be completely disrupted today. Now, marketing is one area that is going to be so disrupted by data science, because today marketing, they're talking about the language, they call it hyper-personalization, where they are no longer, in the past, marketing used to segment populations to understand your consumer behavior. See, whether they're consumers or telecom consumers, whether they are your retail consumers or consumers across any other vertical. In the old world, they used to segment. They used to say, okay, look, let me try to understand different populations and then either run some specific marketing campaigns or real-time promotions. They used to do that in the past. Today, it's all hyper-personalized. It's all based on your individual, the behavior of the individual. Now it is how do you do marketing treatment in such a specialized way by understanding the entire customer intimately through AI to see what kind of marketing action should I apply and when should I apply, which will yield the maximum return.
And at the end of it, the digital scenario coming into picture is making this possible, right? So even that way, Sumanji, when I started my career 10 years back, the way business development was handled then was very different from now. Okay. There is a lot of disruption. I think moving forward, it will be even more disruptive. As you said, it is going to become hyper-local and hyper-personalized.
Hyper-personalized. And you were observed, you're right. It is all on account of digitization is driving that. You're absolutely correct. Because, see, once a customer, whether he is signing up for a telecom service, a customer is signing up for a utility service, or any other service, the way large companies are, the way they manage that information is they see the digital footprints of the customer right from the very start of the first engagement with your company. So whether the engagement is happening through, regardless of any channel, whether the engagement is through call center, whether you make a phone call, or your engagement is through your digital websites, or your engagement is through your mobile app channels, every information that you are generating is being collected. They are being, they go into your customer relationship management systems, CRM systems, and from CRM, you have all of these different, data marts and data warehouses, which collect all of to be able to predict consumer.
I think I see a lot of automation already in place, be it workflows, be it email sequences or any other message sequences, whatever it is. Now, for a business development executive or manager, the role is entirely different.
Yes.
I think at this moment. So, yeah, and Sumanji, this 1 hour time is becoming very, very small for us to absorb. Okay, insights from you. So, if with your permission,
session, we can always do a follow-up session, but very fascinating discussion. Let's keep going.
Yeah. So can we extend it till 7:15 in the interest of audience? If you don't have any other commitment. Thank you, Sumanji. So I think we will discuss maybe on 1 or 2 more questions from my end, and then after which we will try to take questions from audience. Tanvi, please help me with the questions.
Yeah.
So now, in terms of, I think, real world scenario at this moment, we know disruption is happening because of AI, and the job landscape itself is changing. As we right now discussed about marketing and sales domains getting disrupted a lot. So, in the next 5-6 years, what are the jobs which you see are gonna go out of the market space because of the advent of AI?
Okay, advent of AI. Now, see, immediately, let's see the shift that is already happening today. Now, I will give an answer based on the real situations that I'm seeing, Sujika.
Please.
Now, in the past, right? I think let's connect the dots where you had a certain disruption happen because of internet, because of information technology in the past, and the kind of disruption, what kind of jobs were lost. But then there are different kind of nature of jobs that got added. Now here, but there is one difference if you observe. See, in the past, the disruption was on jobs which were slightly lower in the value chain, in which was very manual and it could easily be done by a machine. Those sort of jobs that kind of started. But now you are coming to a situation where you are coming to an aspect of intelligence where decision making also can be enabled by AI. And through this decision making, today AI is strongly getting aligned to another area which is called RPA, or the robotic process automation, or in general they just call it automation, where based on the decisions that you take, you can go to the last mile and actually make those changes. So at that level of so the kind of jobs now that are beginning to get displaced are even higher up in the value chain, something which requires more analysis.
Yeah, be it supervisor, manager, and above decision-making roles.
So it is going to disrupt the wider cross-section of people. Previously, the jobs you thought were safe because somebody had to do a lot of manual work, analyzing data to be able to do their job and take a decision. All of those managers and all of that will get, because today, in the future, think of this situation, Sujikar. Now, in the future, you will have all of this enterprise data in such a manner with this giant AI, compute that is working on it, which is able to translate business language into questions, or the natural language questions into technical questions, which can go and query data at real time, get you the kind of insights that you need for driving a business, and do all of that at real time. I mean, imagine that situation. Today, you're going through the entire value chain where what happens today? So the directors of a specific department, okay, they say, okay, look, I want to improve the business metrics of my department. So they will have a team of, business intelligence specialists. You'll have a team of data analysts. All of these guys putting together all of these reports, analytics, and all of that. They do that. But if I see into the future, all of these different jobs will go away, because AI will drive this to such an extent that AI and analytics itself will get merged into a big analysis capability that will be driven by language, where you can just have a natural language, you can have natural conversations, you can have conversational bots where, like, every lot of these jobs will have, in the future you'll start seeing virtual assistants, where for doing my job, I have a virtual assistant and I can figure out, okay, what do I think I should do next? And based on the data, it can analyze and it can tell you what are the different paths you should take.
So I think the way I see it here is maybe 10, 15 years or maybe 20 years down the line, even the curriculum of MBA or PhD, Masters of Business, I think courses need a revive, rehashing there and shaking up. Because most of these people are getting trained for this kind of decisions, right? So that they get the data, do business analysis, and then provide with the proper outlook for the senior management in terms of strategy. So if that is being taken care by artificial intelligence, so we are looking at a altogether different level of disruption here.
Yeah, it is altogether different level. Now, one of those use cases I keep seeing very frequently, Sujikar, it might be very interesting for your audience, is we talk to a lot of customers for AI needs in the area of customer care. How do you enhance the customer experience based on AI? That's a big problem statement, which a lot of customers today are very interested in that. And the kind of disruption that will cause is today, you see, at least in North America, that has started to happen, is when you call in, whether you call your bank, whether you call your telecom service provider, or you call your utility provider, nowadays there are bots that are answering your calls. Mm-hmm. You can call a bank and ask, okay, it'll recognize you. You can ask, tell me about my account information, or some basic FAQ kind of questions. A lot of these bots today are capable of doing. But now, as the bot get more sophisticated, now they can pretty much do everything that a call center agent can do today.
I think much better.
And much better. Exactly. And no wait times. Imagine, one cause for frustration for most of the customers is having to wait 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and sometimes up to hours when you call up a call center and just waiting for somebody to answer your call. Now, imagine if you want to improve that experience on account of AI, then you have this virtual assistants, and imagine you're slapping on technologies like GPT-3, and you're driving it in steroids to the level that at one point of time, what they call Turing test. See, if you heard of something called the Turing test, Turing test is if a machine interacts with you in such a manner, you cannot differentiate between a machine, whether it's a machine or a human.
Okay.
But it will pass a Turing's test. You will not even know that you are actually speaking to a bot. So if I can do that through a bot, there is a huge cost component that big companies invest. There's a huge cost element to maintaining this huge call centers throughout the world. All of that cost, if you get this right, is significantly reduced, or at some stage will probably go away.
I think every business will jump onto that solution if it is provided, even today.
Yeah, no, it's already happening.
Just from the cost, from my own experience of startups and all this, I can understand that even from the cost point of view, even if it is 20 to 30% higher than what is happening from manual sources, I think people will go with this solution because they know a lot of things get sorted out because of.
Yes. And most importantly, like a call center agent, AI doesn't have a bad day, right? It will perform optimally on every day.
Yes, exactly. So coming here, my personal example here, in India also, some of the banks with whom I have account with, the bots are making the calls and then trying to talk to me. So even when I reply, it is trying to reply back appropriately, but not, I can say it's not to the level where we will feel, okay, I am satisfied with this service, but I think it has started. So as an extension to this experience, in terms of AI, and Indian manpower, human resources being kind of base for most of the technology innovation and services sector across the world, be it in US also, we having that human resource capabilities. Now, at least in this industrial revolution, which is going to be driven by AI, where are we standing in terms of country when compared to North America at this moment, or Europe for that moment? So, are we almost in tandem, or maybe we are a lot to catch up? How are we looking at it?
Great question, Sujikar. So, I would have loved to say that we are on par. I would have loved to say that we are ahead. But the situation is we are kind of lagging behind in that race compared to China and US. We are nearly 5 to 10 years behind in terms of what in that, and we have to catch up. There is no other way, but we have no choice but to catch up. Let me put it that way.
Yes.
And the reason I say that is in the future, because of the disruption that is caused by AI across practically every human vertical that you can imagine, it means in the future the countries that will be dominant will be the countries who will have the best AI.
Yes.
In AI, who can automate the maximum and whose AI is capable of working across every vertical, and then even things like defense of the country, the very basic concept of how do you defend yourself, the concept of warfare, your military, all of that is going to be driven by AI. So it is very important for us to catch up in that game because China and US are ahead, and this is the gap is kind of exponentially increasing. So we certainly have to catch up. So there is a lot of first. That's why it's part of my mission to, when I hold through CEI live projects, is to expose as many students as possible, encouraging them to that, guys, you need to get into this now because as a country, we need this right now. We need highly skilled people in AI who are transforming India based on AI. And for us, it's a huge opportunity because this will allow us to just leapfrog from where we are and go to the next generation. And in fact, even go ahead of China and the US. And because of the skill levels, today, unfortunately, Sujikar, what is happening is, even in AI, see, for example, software, let's look at the concept of software, right? Information technology is when really world started taking notice of India. I mean, all of us know that. But I think we missed a boat there because while we were very good at providing services, backend services, be able to implement and execute something in the backend, but we missed out the boat on building world-class products. I mean, we didn't have those Googles and Apples of the world. We didn't create those.
Yeah, maybe an entrepreneurship viewpoint was missing then?
Yes, absolutely. Entrepreneurship ecology was completely missing. Now I'm very hopeful that with the entrepreneurship ecology evolving and the knowledge and awareness of what AI can do, will actually allow us to leapfrog ahead of the others. And it's my firm belief, and I want to kind of play a role in that mission, what I really call AI for Bharat. So I think AI for Bharat too, I just want to kind of conclude my answer to this question, Sujikar. One of those discussions that's going on in India, recently I was listening to a podcast. This was the chief data scientist of Reliance, and he was making a very interesting point. He was saying that, look, the way AI was applied in the West, see, is based on their Western concept of materialism and how they look at the world. So, they want to maximize profits. They want to do, I think, as I'm seeing, there's some questions on how does AI, what if the AI makes the system, humans more
lethargic.
Questions there. So what is happening in that is West looked at AI from a completely different perspective. How do they make their lives simpler? And they looked at it very differently. Now, I think India, we should not necessarily ape the West in what they're trying to do. I think we have to take a original viewpoint, if you will, in terms of AI, look at the problems our country faces today, and where we need to go, and how AI needs to be evolved to apply to Indian needs. So I think we have to look at AI from a very, very different viewpoint and not necessarily go with how the West has been doing it.
Yes,
I think with that,
I think adding a bit to your viewpoint here, exactly, I believe in it and then strongly agree to your viewpoint there. That is where I was reading through a Public Water Coopers report on AI in India for at least next 5 or 6 years. I was happy to come across Niti Aayog and even Ministry of Commerce, even 4 years back, creating a work group to make a blueprint for AI utilization in various industries, including agriculture.
Yes.
And see how we can use it for our even public or public utilities front as well in providing good governance and all. So right now, can we at least be optimistic from a Bharat point of view that at this moment we are having a entrepreneurial ecosystem, maybe which is at least 15 years older now. And so now looking at creating our own products and core product and solution rather than services themselves. And then second, maybe government support or futuristic vision from the government end and the human resource capital which we have as a country. So with these three, maybe if you can, as you say, 10-15 years gap.
There's one more important factor to this. All the factors that you said are absolutely correct. And we have one more very important resource that we have, data. Let's not forget data, because
population.
Because of the efforts of government now, and they've taken some really good decisions in terms of having all these digital platforms now, all of these Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and all of these different initiatives, we have collected a lot of excellent information for us. So in terms of citizen delivery of services, it can play a huge role, actually, AI, because we have all of the data with us. We have an entrepreneurial ecosystem. Now, all it takes is to skill ourselves on AI. That is only missing.
That is where maybe the support and guidance from people like you would be paramount importance. And for someone like us, be it MyWays also, as we are the core product of MyWays is all about personalized career guidance, which has the AI and machine learning to the as depth as possible. Okay, and maybe your guidance for people like MyWays, maybe we can look at the aspect of catching US and maybe going beyond them in another 20-25 years time at least.
Yeah, absolutely happy to help. Very, very, very exciting discussion.
Yeah. Thank you, Sumanji, for your, it was a very, very insightful discussion, and then we can see the experience which you had coming out. Okay, and I think this time is very, very little. Sorry, I had to maybe take you to different questions when you're about to explain further on the questions which I asked as such. Thanks a lot for your time and inputs here. Maybe as we are approaching 7:15 almost, we will take a question or two from the audience also.
Sujikar, what I've done is I have pasted my LinkedIn profile to this. So I would encourage everybody who's in the audience, please feel free to reach out to me, because I'm very personally passionate about, like Srikar just mentioned, I'm very passionate about AI for Bharat. And as an organization, even in CEI, we are driving all of those very exciting initiatives. For example, there are projects on precision agriculture. We are engaged in some of those other projects, like on the military side as well. building, adding AI to this, lot of these drones. So there's some really interesting work that we are doing as an organization. So I'm very happy to engage with your audience through my LinkedIn, and happy to support them.
And we would love to have you have these kind of interactions with us, as many as possible, even though considering that you will have very little time for yourself to accommodate these kind of sessions, but we'll be with you, maybe trying to follow it up to find some time from you.
Look forward. So Sujika, do you want me to take one or two questions?
Yeah, one or two questions. I think coming to this human lethargic, if I can rephrase it a bit, can we say because of the intervention of AI, even till that business development nations to that level, will the humans as such moving forward lose out on the genius or genius gap, if we can say, gets created because of lack of need to even think that way?
No, I don't necessarily think so. So let me qualify my answer saying that, see, throughout human technology history and our material progress since the time of Industrial Revolution. So I think Anushi asked that question. So Anushi, if you see that every stage of technology evolution, life is increasingly getting easier. Now, in fact, some argue that we are at a point of time in our history where, although we see a lot of issues in the world, still we are at the most non-violent portion of our history for the last 2,000 years. I mean, many would actually argue that. If you look at that, so I would think there is a lot more to accomplish in the following generations, actually, in terms of how things can get simpler. Now, your role as a human, if you see today, man as an animal lost all of those native animal kind of instincts long back. But if you consider that, saying, okay, look, we lost those instincts, but we did something better. Our brain grew at the same time. So in the future, as you go towards AI gets more and more sophisticated, I see a strong possibility where human and machine intelligence will get integrated. And in fact, a new species might emerge where your augmentation of your own intelligence will be at an all-time high. Therefore, let me give you an example. Elon Musk has been working on this technology in brain hacking. You hack into somebody's brain.
Yeah.
Now, he recently did a small demo. I mean, they are at the starting point of the process, but they will get there. And in that process, they are seeing how can I embed a chip in my brain where even instead of using a mobile phone, can I get information downloaded directly to my brain? Can I not only download information, but can it also help me process some of the information that is getting downloaded to my brain? So you can imagine if you have embedded chips that are augmenting your own intelligence, and what is the limit to that? I mean, you can't even imagine the kind of limits that you have.
Yes, exactly.
So I think it's an
maybe there is no limit, as you said, and I think that is coming from a materialistic perspective. When it is coming from America, if I take that liberty of putting that point there, from an Indian perspective, there maybe if you look at in a psychology or philosophical point of view, maybe from an Indian mindset, we would look at as the sustenance is being taken care of right now. Till now, maybe the fight was for the sustenance of human beings, okay, to get the resources to make their life simple, luxurious, or whatever it is. Now, as once all those are attained, maybe we might look into understanding what we are as people, looking inward or whatever it is. Maybe we would use AI that way to an extent. And
I think just to add to the point, in fact, very nice point you made. I wish we had more time to describe it, but maybe we'll do it next time. I think next time we'll also talk about, you're very rightly pointed out, because the AI that is being developed in the West is a very materialist perspective of AI. That's why India, how we look at AI, it must be basically based on a dharmic tradition. And how do you make sure that's an AI which kind of sustains ourselves through the next, not just generations, but for the longest possible time ahead. And the way you should look at AI is a completely different area, but we'll talk about it next time. I have some nice point of
that will lead to entirely different discussion, and I think it will be very futuristic in nature as well.
So maybe one last question. Is there anything else? Okay. Chance to get customized guidance from tech leaders and other. Yeah, okay. That is Sri Bhaji writing.
Do we have to go ahead with a few more questions, or should I end it here?
Yeah, I think I don't see any more questions anyway.
Yeah, I think they are not. I mean, Tanvi has to put in here. Anyways, I think we are even out of time, and I don't want to extend this any further at this moment, at least, because we are beyond 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And
But Sujit, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, and absolutely by all means, I would love to continue engage with you, your team, and absolutely happy to discuss more on future sessions as well. And thanks for inviting me and for this opportunity to talk to your audience.
Pleasure is all ours, Sumanji. Thanks for your time
Yeah.
for joining from Canada. And Lahariji, thanks for being in and then giving the introduction of Suman Kalyanji. And with Sumanji as well as Lahariji, I see a lot of collaboration possibilities and also guidance needs as far as MyWays is concerned moving forward, and even for the student community or the candidate community. We will try to see if we can add much more value in association with you people. So thanks a lot for the keynote session. It was a great interaction for me as well, and I can see the deep insights, and I so feel this is very little time I had to pack many things in. So thanks that way, Sumanji.
Thank you.
For all the audience, thanks for being part of this celebration, 1 year celebration of ours, which we call the EnthusiasTech Summit 2021. Thanks for getting it a grand success, and all the sessions, be it workshops, be it project live project sessions which happened, be it live open sessions, all these will be made in the form of videos and various other content, and across the next 1 week or 10 days we'll be sharing them and then putting them on the YouTube and Facebook and associated channels whichever we have. So thanks a lot again, everyone. Have a good night, and have a good remaining part of Sunday as well. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, Sajid.
Signing off.